Hello, friends, and welcome to Talking with Famous People. I'm not an Andy Liu, but I play one on TV. I'm host Eric, and I'm here to say I host Talking with People today. No, I'm here to talk about finding Andy Liu. Hi, Ron Allenson. Alan Salon. Alan Zalon. Alan Zalon. Finding Andy Liu is the name of a feature film I'd like to produce from my film production company. Stupid Concept Films. I'm just going to be honest with the name. But what this production company will produce is films with especially stupid concepts. Like my concept film, Finding Andy Liu. Concept is the main character is a 50-year-old man like me, approximately, and he's trying to find his friend from high school, Andy Liu. I had a friend in high school named Andy Liu. I'm not trying to find him, and he realizes Jesus has a lot of Andy Lius. And so he thinks, well, how will I tell which Andy Liu it is? Turns out, he lived in Los Angeles. Total number of Andy Lius living in Los Angeles and the time period he's looking for is massive. But he checks a couple of details and he decides to contact one of the Andy Lius. And both he and this first Andy Liu think they know each other from high school. And they end up meeting up for like a cup of coffee or whatever. They realize they don't know each other. That the guy that Andy Liu knew was named Eric Stroud, different high school, different place. And the main character, pretend it's me, but somebody else, whatever. He doesn't know that Andy Liu. But that Andy Liu and he end up having a really interesting conversation, and turns out Andy Liu, the one that he met, owns a marijuana farm in international waters. And as part of his international waters marijuana farm, he's got a big information center. He promises that he will help the main character. We'll call him Maney because he's the main character. He's going to help Maney find Andy Liu. So he calls him up the next day and he says, okay, I've got a new address for you. The guy goes to the new address and he's pretty sure this time it's the right Andy Liu. Well, once again, it's the wrong Andy Liu. So he goes through, but again, this Andy Liu is also very interesting. This Andy Liu is a bullfighter from what's it called? Barcelona, Spain, and natural-born Spanish citizen. He's one of the rare Spanish Lius. You know how in America you have some Lees who self-identify as white people, like Robert E. Lee, for example, but generally it's an Asian name. Yeah, well, same thing with Spaniards and the name Liu. So this Andy Liu is actually only speaks Spanish, but he takes the main character aside to teach him bullfighting and says, someday you may discover that you really need this skill. Turns out the next Andy Liu he meets owns a bull farm. And sure enough, as he's going to walk up the door, a bull charges him. and he can immediately put to use his new bullfighting skills. Anyhow, the Andy Lou that he's going to visit this time sees him fighting the bull as he's walking up his driveway and says, "You know what? I own a rodeo business. Would you like to be a rodeo?" Well, again, it's not the right Andy Lou. Okay, just to clarify. Again, it's not the right Andy Lou, but this guy owns a rodeo business, and he's really taken by the main character's skills as a bullfighter. He says, "Would you like to become a rodeo clown?" And that's how the main character enters rodeo clown school. Now, while at rodeo clown school, though, he says, I can't, I'll do this, but I need to continue my search for Andy Lou. That's the whole point of this. I keep getting sidetracked by all you Andy Lou's and all the things you do. And so the Andy Lou with the bulls who puts him in the rodeo clown school says, "Okay, well, don't worry about it. I'll ask my niece, Regina Lou, if she can do some internet works, because she's a youth who has knowledge of the internets." And of course, the main character Maney gets a new text, says, "This one's got to be the one, Andy Lou," and then it's got an address, And so the guy goes, he goes, "Okay, well, how much more time do I have in this circus? This radio clown thing?" It's like, "This is the last day, bro." And he gives him his certificate of completion. He says, "Okay, well, I can't work as a radio clown right now, but as soon as I find my Andy Lou, I'll be right back, and I will participate in your endeavor." Off he goes to find the new Andy Lou. Well, guess what? It's not the right Andy Lou again. However, it turns out that this Andy Lou desperately needs a kidney. And guess what? Maney is a perfect donor match for him. But it also turns out that this Andy Lou is very wealthy, because this Andy Lou is the originator of Calgon brand bubble bath, which is very popular during the 70s. And he invested all the proceeds from his Calgon profits into Newman's Own. What he invested in was getting himself declared a charity that Newman's Own donates to. So he's actually the recipient now of all the Newman's Own product line monies. Anyway, very, very wealthy guy. And he promises if Maney gives him a kidney, that he will find the real, true Andy Lou. And so he gives him a kidney, and there's a recovery period. There's a montage scene of physical therapy for both people. They're high-fiving, they're fist bumping, they're chest bumping. And then the music changes. It goes from peppy to slower and more minor key. And Maney's sitting by the window. It's raining outside. And Andy Lou, the kidney recipient, Andy Lou, you see his hand coming up from behind him and touch him on the shoulder like this and says, "Maney, I found Andy Lou, but I got some bad news." And Maney says, "Don't tell me he's dead." Bum, bum, bum. Now, here's the thing. Maney's passionate in his search. "I can't believe it. I can't quit now. I won't believe it," he says. "Damn you, you're lying." And he knocks himself off of a table and he storms out. Well, what does he do? He goes to try to get a permit from the county to exhume the grave of the purportedly dead Andy Lou to see if it really was Andy Lou that he knew. He can't get a permit. So he hires some local underworld types to assist him in exhuming this casket in the dead of night and checking to see if it really is the Andy Lou. Well, mystery deepens. They dig it up. They look inside. Not only is it not the Andy Lou that he knew, it's barely even a recognizable person. It's just like rotting flesh and bones. Additionally, they can tell by the pelvis structure that it was a large-breasted woman. Now, Maney knows that Andy Lou was not a large-breasted woman or a woman at all. That she didn't have those childbearing hips that this rotting skeleton appears to have. Just to be sure, He takes a sample of the rotting flesh and tastes it. That's not Andy Lou, he says. So they put the body back in the casket and rebury it. And he storms back to the billionaire's house. But here's where it gets really weird. Nobody's there. There's no sign of the billionaire. No sign of all the staff that was there. No sign of the fancy trappings. Just an empty house with a for sale sign on it. Standing there, looks like it's been up for sale on the market for months. But I know you were here before, Andy Lou, says Manny. And all he hears is a whisper of a hint of a sound on the breeze that says, Andy Lou is wherever you look for him. Then some other stuff happens. Anyway, he never finds the real Andy Lou. And then as the credits are rolling, he's sitting in the airport waiting to go home, finally giving up. Yeah, the credits are rolling. He's and the big soaring music's playing, and he's sitting there in the airport, kind of looking sad because he's going home, and he's writing in his diary too. So the narrator's doing the thing. Well, I never did find my Andy Lou, but you know what? I found a lot of other Andy Lou's, and each Andy Lou is so special in his own right. I guess the lesson here is the Andy Lou you find is whatever Andy Lou you're looking for. Closes up his diary. The credits are rolling. Audience filing out, and he looks over to the right of him and goes, Andy Lou? That's the plan for this. That's my first feature film by Terrible Concepts Movies. You're a mind mystic? What's the problem with what are mind mystics? What power do you have as a mind mystic? You're busy with your own channel. That's your power. Not really a superpower, Jeopardize Emporium. It's more like a regular power. It's like when they ask me at the sandwich place, what kind of bread do you want? I just want regular bread.
Yeah.
You know, what kind of bread do you want? Regular bread.
Do you really take offense to? When people order, what are the other breads?
I mean, the point is, I don't want a choice of bread. I want it to come on regular bread, and that's it. Don't make me choose my bread.
Yeah.
It's like when I go to McDonald's, they make me choose my bun. No, they don't, is the answer to the question.
No.
They totally don't make me choose my bun. Why does Jersey Mike's want to make me choose my bread? Read your other comments. I am reading your other. I read them all. Good work, Eric. Cognitive function stuff. Got to give you credit. Thank you. You're wonderful. This is hilarious, bro. Thank you. I appreciate your describing it as hilarious. Eric, I think you are a Fata Morgana. What's a Fata Morgana? Octavio Silva says hi. Rachel Lapalosa responds, hey, at Octavio Silva star. Octavio Silva responds, Rachel. Heart. Hi. Question mark says, hello, Rachel. It's me. Question mark, smiley face. Rachel Lapalosa says, two dancing girls, female at Octavio Silva. Jebediah's Emporium says, I think I know who you are, mwahaha. Hey there, question mark? Oh, right, because the name's question mark, it always looks like you're asking a question. Jebediah's Emporium says, because I'm a mind mystic, but I shall not tell, no worries. Who am I then? Is this Clark Kent actually Superman? Or is this Superman actually Clark Kent? Why are you not sitting next to Eric, or is this an old video? She's relaxing over there on the green chair. If she would like to come sit over here, she could. But she's comfortable there. And the other thing is, we're using this nifty light that Winston's mom got us, and it's kind of made for. Oh, Delilah got this? Oh, it's really nifty. I like it. It makes me think, wow, that's a nice invention. Okay, your powers are secret. Okay, let me see here. New lighting is a big improvement, Eric. Good to hear, Octavio Silva. I'm not allowed to tell, haha. I'm laying down on the other futon in the room. No, my powers are secret. That's why no one believes me. I'm not allowed to tell anyone. I'm a mind mystic. But you already have told me you're a mind mystic. Are you getting any closer to waking up? I would say I'm getting closer to going to sleep because it's nighttime. I read all your comments above. No. You missed my mind mystic explanation stuff. Maybe I need to put it on live chat instead of top chat. Maybe that's my problem. Maybe that's where I fail. Fata Morgana is a type of mirage. I'm a type of mirage. Does that mean that when you look at me, you think that you can come and drink water from a pool in me and there'll be a palm tree to keep you shaded? And then you realize, oh, it's just Eric. You can't do any of those things. What were your hobbies before cognitive functions? I mean, the same as they are now, I guess. Like playing music, watching stuff, listening to music, smoking weed, going to do things. I have a bachelor's degree and that's really it. I worked as a provisionally credentialed teacher for the county for quite some years. I got most of my special ed credential done, but I've got a few classes I didn't finish, and then I ended up working in an area that rewards competency rather than credentials, and so you don't need symbols of competency when you have proof of actual competency. Is a typical alpha quadrant to not have many solitary hobbies? I mean, it depends what you consider a solitary hobby. I certainly have spent a lot of time isolated working on things like songs or books or stuff like that. Sometimes videos. Sometimes I like to make things with power tools, like carve things with. I went through a phase of carving shit with Dremel tools and stuff. Haven't really done that in a while. I guess I'm getting comfortable with the idea of putting aside a lot of my more indulgent play activities in order to focus more on a couple of play-like activities that are more outcome-minded, I guess. I'm going to go to the dentist tomorrow. I'll get my teeth fixed up a bit. Jebediah, I don't know many truly powerful people that talk as much as you do. Well, I talk as much or more than Jebediah's Emporium, but I will say that I don't consider myself a particularly powerful person. I'm not sure if being a powerful person is a metric that one ought to try to attain on. When am I going to quit smoking? That's an odd question. It seems to presume that I'm going to quit smoking, right? You have a job interview tomorrow. What's your advice? Remember that you are a buyer as well as a seller. So it is not just the job that you are trying to get to want you. You have to want the job too, and you do all parties the service by remembering that. The job will respect you more if you can convey without being rude or condescending at all that um, you're considering this job, not you'll take it necessarily if you get it. It's you're interviewing them to some extent as much as they're interviewing you. So make sure you have some questions for them. Interviewers like it if you have some questions as well. Like, well, I mean, it depends on the kind of job, but things like what comprises the scope of your work duties, and or is what metric do you use to evaluate performance? Like how concrete are you going to be about both your expectations and whether or not I'm meeting them? Because I perform best when I have clarity about what's expected and what comprises high quality performance and what comprises, things like that, where you're asking questions that suggest to them that you're doing thinking about about the job, not just something you want, but as something you're going to have to do. No, I'm fine. I don't think it's a presumptuous question. I think it's a question that presumes that I am going to quit smoking. So, when are you going to throw out that hat? Is another way of saying, are you going to throw out that hat? How can you stop being afraid of creative failure? When you figure that out, please share the revealing truth to me. I would greatly appreciate it. For me, being NI ignoring doesn't make me any less afraid of creative failure. It just makes it more likely that I'm going to publish my creative failure and then realize what a disaster it is. And that still makes me hate it. I hate it. I hate failure. I hate it more than anything, but because I'm NI ignoring, I have the capacity to go, it's like I've got, let's say I make 3 songs. There's silver, and turd. Okay. I have the capacity to go, this silver one sucks, and this turd is so beautiful, and then put it out and then go, wait a second. The silver one's not bad, actually, and this turd's a turd. Why was I so smitten with it in the moment? Well, because NI ignoring. I'm sort of SI experiencing it as I wish it was or something. Oh, if you're too critical, if you're to make an attempt. Well, the thing is, are you really, or are you in the process of making an attempt and running into barriers? Those are 2 different things. If you've started, come to a stop, and find it a halting process, be okay with that. If you genuinely haven't even begun to start the thing and you're afraid to start, well, the solution to that is start it. Whatever it is you're working on. It seems to me like you've got a book in mind, right? A novel, perhaps, or depending on what kind of thing you want to write, a screenplay or drama or something. Also, you're so young. That's the thing I always forget. one of the challenges of being genuinely super egalitarian, which I genuinely am, is that I forget to treat people differently sometimes. Like, Octavio is a young lady who's, when I was her age, I was just a quagmire of butt fuckery, Uh, with no meaningful way to change frames and look at myself from different angles, because the internet really didn't exist. Not really, So I deal with all these people all day long, and I just assume that everybody has the same duties, everybody has the same expectations from me, everybody has the same responsibilities, everybody has all. But of course, you have to account for the fact that people grow. So in other words, give your older self credit. If you're, even though, no matter how fully developed you are now, at least up until a point, maybe when you start going downhill, getting older means you're going to change in one direction or another. For those people who are interested in this kind of space and this kind of talk, there's going to be an attempt to grow. Additionally, there's external factors that sometimes impact shit that forces the matter. That's where the slabs come into play. It's like slabs come out and force shit to go.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, good mother. So I guess I didn't answer your question quickly enough. Is that what you're saying? Have you sorted out yet how to get rid of the systemic oppression of our straight white men? All right, guess not. Not even close to being ready to be president. Our society has clearly destroyed you.
Your skin looks great and pink.
Wow, Fomalhot. Fomalhot disagrees with you, good mother. So, good mother presents us a nice opportunity to talk about how to use words. Hallelujah. Power to the Lord indeed. Sweet God Almighty. There is manna from heaven sprinkling down like dandruff from my nutsack. So, good mother. Now, I don't know if you're trolling or genuinely that agenda driven or what, but I mean, I don't feel destroyed by society at all. And I don't think you can point to any wrongnesses of mine that would suggest that I've been brainwashed or propagandized into accepting things that don't validate. After all, I love being the one who has the unpopular correct position, So, like, when I can find an example of some widely believed bullshit or widely spread misframing or something, such as when it was the case that the lab release hypothesis was being portrayed as a wild conspiracy theory by most media outlets, I jumped on the opportunity to be the contrary one who's right, So you don't ever have to worry about me going along to get along. I go along because somebody's correct, and then I get along whether or not, I don't know. But genuinely, that agenda driven, not a fan of the gagging, and castration of the men in our. So of course, the The only men who are gagged in our society are those who hire a dominatrix to gag them. And no men are castrated in our society. In fact, even more than that, it is not the case that I'm unable to express natural and healthy forms of masculinity without feeling oppressed by society's expectations. Simply not the case. Most people consider me, or I've heard a lot within the last few years anyway. I've heard this way more often than the opposite, which is I think people generally perceive me as pretty masculine.
I perceive you as masculine.
And I don't find that society has any problem with me at all. You know, I don't. If a man feels castrated or gagged, then he's chosen to allow that to happen to him. I mean, it sounds like you're making excuses for weak ass men. Ain't nobody gonna castrate or gag me. It's not like anybody's gonna do it to you unwillingly, right? See, it's Joseph has a problem with me? Well, of course he does. He's afraid to. I mean, there's an example, you know. The reason nobody castrates or gags me is because it makes it really easy for me. But when I'm wrong, I'll admit it and change positions. So almost always, somebody comes in and tries to bust my chops, they're wrong, and they're going to lose the argument. I'm going to be honest about this game. I am rather shocked at the outcome. I predicted before the game began, I wanted Tampa Bay to win because I figured, like, how long has it been since Tampa Bay won a Super Bowl, right? But I still figured Kansas City by at least 17 points. But fucking Kansas City got whooped. The Flash asks me, would I win a debate against Ben Shapiro? So here's the thing about that. The first thing that would have to happen for a debate between Ben Shapiro and I to occur is there'd have to be a resolution that he's willing to affirm and I'm willing to negate, or vice versa. So what the most important part of being a good debater before anything else is being correct. If you have the right position, if you're affirming all the right positions, your work as a debater is very easy. And if you're affirming incorrect positions, your work as a debater is very bad, very hard. You know, every argument has a rhetorical slope. The more correct it is, the more easy it is to argue. So, assuming we could find a resolution that either I was willing to affirm and he wanted to negate, or he wanted to affirm and I was willing to negate, then could I win a debate against him? Yes, I would expect myself to win. Because if that were the case, that we found a resolution like that, it would mean that he had decided to argue the wrong position on something. So I would say I would expect to win 9 times out of 10. The 10th time would turn out I was wrong, and I would have to change my perspective on that after the debate. But whether or not we'd actually be able to find that thing is another question, because he is a very good debater, which means he's going to understand what he's looking at as a resolution or as a negation in front of him. You know, he's not going to casually accept any old sentence to debate about. He understands what it means to make an affirmation is to own responsibility for certain words. So Good Mother says Ben would win. He knows feminism is the root cause for the disintegration of the mental health of our society. If Ben would win, he definitely wouldn't make that argument. You might be right. Maybe Ben would win, but it would certainly not include any argument like the one you just made. Because first of all, I mean, what's wrong with it? There's so many things wrong with it. It makes me wonder if you're a cloud. That's how wrong it is. It assumes that mental health is disintegrating in our society, but that's not actually the case, right? And feminism is therefore not possibly the root cause of said disintegration, since said disintegration doesn't exist. Even if said disintegration does exist, why would feminism be the root cause of it? Feminism can't cause anything. Feminism is a label we put on a variety of different sets of words. Well, like a good mother, I tell you what, you can be one of the Andy Loos I meet in Finding Andy Lou. You can be the one Andy Lou who turns out not to have anything useful to say. Pornography is the root cause. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. No, it's birth control. Birth control. Wait. No, it's corporations. You forgot, Fumble Hot. It's corporations that are the root cause. It's the damn dominant elite. Those darn dominant elite and their shadow government is always interfering with justice and goodness and stuff. Violent video games are the cause, probably. Or dirty words and songs. That's long been a culprit.
Rock and roll.
Rock and roll is a threat, usually. Homosexuals, they have their agenda. They're trying to turn everyone gay. I don't know if you've heard. It just seems like 3-4 times a day I get somebody knock on the door. Hello. Hi, I'm here to turn you gay. My name's Barry. I've got a pamphlet for you about the advantages of being gay. No, I told you the last Barry I don't want. Why are you all named Barry? That's how the conversation went. Oh, the corporation's already won. Biden's in office. Yeah, the corporations definitely won when everybody went apeshit crazy over COVID. Now, it's critically important that we get rid of capital gains taxes because essentially you now have two choices in this country. You work for a corporation or you own part of a corporation, right? So we really need to encourage individuals to invest in various investments. And to do that, we need to get rid of any capital gains tax. All of those things are manifestations of the root cause, the polarization and competition between the sexes. So if the fact that men and women are different is the root cause of all problems, then why haven't we had an apocalypse before now? Because there's been chicks around for ages. I mean, there was only a brief period when just Adam was around before God made Eve out of his rib. That there was just dudes. I know you would love to live in that time period of nothing but dudes, and you think that the world would be a wonderful and civilized place. But if, in fact, the presence of chicks causes such disaster, why is it that civilization is so much more orderly and successful than it ever was before? I mean, like, since the what's it called? Suffrage movement. Since the suffrage movement, society has gotten better, more prosperous. Standards of living have gone up. Life expectancy has gone up. Average intelligence has gone up. Average education has gone up. Total amount of hunger has gone down. We've eliminated things like smallpox and polio. Since the suffrage movement, we invented all the things that are necessary for you to say how chicks are ruining the world, right? What enables you to be here today to express your silly idea is all the things that are necessary for this all have happened since we largely ended legal distinctions in terms of rights and privileges and stuff between women and men. So if in fact, now I'm not saying that proves suffrage caused any of that, right? But you're saying suffrage causes decline. So why hasn't it caused any decline yet? Why hasn't the horribly toxic effect of sexual liberation and women's lib and women voting caused the end of civilization in the 100+ years since women got the vote? Why do things continue to improve instead? Why don't we see any indication of this? There's a major decline. You're just an ostrich with your head in the ground. So what is the major decline? So define it for me. Well, sure, that's true. It's possible. But what he was saying is that the root cause of the disintegration of mental health in society is basically women's liberation. My point is, if that's the case, in other words, if he's saying the reason that we're on fire right now is because someone's shot a flamethrower at us, right? And I'd say, well, if that's really a flamethrower and they've really been shooting it for the last 100 years, why did we just catch on fire? Right? That's a reasonable question. Maybe it's not actually a flamethrower. You thought about that? See what I'm saying? There's no such thing as leaving feminism, Nicholas Watson. There's no such thing as even being a feminist, really. There is being a groupist or being a good human being. Groupists are determined to find a group to blame and catastrophize change. So example A, group mother. Good human beings understand that other individuals are other individuals, and that catastrophizing and problem admiration and group hating is how children imitate actual thinking by adults. So, good mother, you can take your childish thinking and you can take your insistence that you're right without any justifications. You can take your groupist hate and your bullshit, and you can shove them all collectively up your ass. Everybody in agreement? Can I see a vote on that? Oh, unanimity. Wow, we're all unanimous. Good mother. I am sorry that your wife left you or whatever, or that you can't get a girlfriend or whatever. I will assure you, hating chicks is not the answer. Okay? What do you think feminism is, good mother? What do you think it is? What do you think feminism is? It's misandry, meaning man-hating, right? Have you encountered anybody hating you because you're a man? Have you ever experienced that? When they run up to you and hate you because you're a man? Or try to push you down or talk shit about you or explain how you're the root cause of all evil because you're a man? Is that what you've heard? That's what you've experienced? The thing to remember is, yes, just as there are incredibly stupid men like Good Mother, there are incredibly stupid women too. So yeah, there are women who do the same thing that you're doing, but the other way. And they're just as stupid as you. Or at least their ideas are just as stupid as yours. I'm not saying you are stupid. I'm saying right now, somebody who would mistake your positions for you would conclude you're an idiot. I don't believe you, good mother. I don't believe you're a woman. What do you think feminism is? Oh, she really is a woman? Okay, so what do you think feminism is then? Okay, so look, good mother is a woman and a mother. Fine. Okay, I can see the point. She has many personal experiences with many wicked mothers. Fine. So what I would say, good mother, is feminism is my embracing your position independent of your gender, right? So what I just did right there was anti-feminist. I said, you must be a dude to be such a woman hater, right? That's I was being groupist. I was saying, I was using my intuition. My intuition said somebody who really hates chicks would be well served to position themselves as a chick to avoid certain kinds of critiques, right? And so probably it's constructed. Okay, well, you're an abusive woman hater. Why not just be an abusive person hater? Or why not just be saddened and disgusted by abuse? Right? Because abusers come in all shapes and sizes. What do you think feminism is? What I think feminism is, I consider myself a feminist. I think feminism is the same thing that humanism is. Treating everybody the same. Giving everybody the default assumption that they are a neutral human being with a blank slate who can define themselves to me through their behavior towards me and their words towards me and their actions towards me, right? Instead of saying you have to be part of your group first. If you're really saying that feminism is destroying society, then you are saying, I want to describe a problem that we cannot solve, that we cannot meaningfully operationalize what it is I'm talking about, right? I'm going to describe an ideology as the problem rather than something that we can meaningfully address. Like, I identify as a feminist, but you probably wouldn't say that I'm the problem of feminism, right? So what I'm saying is, what do you think feminism is? Because I think most people who hate feminism, quote unquote, they dislike a specific branch of third wave feminism that is very much about blaming the patriarchy. So I agree. Blame factions are really annoying. Whether it's the faction of feminists that blame men, whether it's the faction of men who blame feminists, whether it's the faction of people who self-identify as Black who blame white people, whether it's the faction of Democrats who blame Republicans, or the faction of Republicans who blame Democrats, or whatever blame factions you might call them. People whose primary goal is to assert inherency, namely describe a problem, and blame the party or parties, usually poorly defined, that they hold responsible. That's called so you are one of the problems that needs to be fixed before we can meaningfully talk about anything. Because you're executing a blame faction strategy instead of an actual discourse strategy. Well, come on video right now then. Good mother. Put the link. The thing is, we got to remember that to think about politics from the perspective of the think about it as though you identified on exactly the same team as the other person, except you just differ on this one issue. And you wanted to stress why your shared team would be better off if you agreed on this one issue. If you approach everybody like that, then meaningful conversations could occur. If your first goal is to articulate who's wrong, and no, I don't like to plan things, good mother. No, let's plan something. Let's not plan something. Hey, I know. How about you? Hey, I got a good idea. How about I give you some math homework? Would you like that? I'll give you some math homework. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
I'll give you some math homework, and then you give me the requirement to plan something. That'll be good. Okay, I want you to do pages 47 through 49, odds only. Don't look in the back of the book for the answers, please.
Oh. He's been around the block.
Yeah. I mean, this has happened a million times, right? Where somebody says, I can't answer you. I need a real face-to-face conversation. I say, here's a link. No, you can't answer me because you don't have an answer, not because you need a real face-to-face conversation. It's like Legends Fall last night. He had no answers. It wasn't that I needed to watch more of the evidence or read more of it. It was that he didn't have an answer. He wanted me to draw the same wild NI conclusion he drew from the data he drew it from. I'm not going to do it. If it were something other than a wild NI conclusion, he'd be able to articulate it clearly. A ploy by whom, Swift Eagle? Whose ploy is it to lower birth rates? I mean, there are definite advantages to not having very many children, right? So I don't really need to have any external incentive to not have kids. They're expensive. They require your attention and time. They lock you down into a given life path until they're out of the house. So there's already not having kids is highly incentivized, right? But remember, Swift Eagle, naturally not having kids is highly incentivized. Remember? The more advanced the civilization, the naturally lower the birth rate is going to be. The more people are empowered to realize their optimal selves, the less they're going to want that optimal self defined by a child they make. So in someplace like Finland and Canada maybe, or Iceland, or I don't know, Japan, you've got declining birth rates because people are meted up enough to understand the consequences of child having in terms of their own interests, goals, dreams, whatever. It's only in places where people are uneducated and are not optimally encouraged to be the actualized version of themselves that they end up spurting out a bunch of kids and shit, because that's what happens when you're still sort of living in a world of primitive ontologies, by which I mean simply you don't envision a self that's an independent individual destined for its own kinds of realizations or something, you know. I know I took half of one of those last night. I could take another half tonight. I normally don't take it very back to back or anything, but I want you tonight. Can I have a half of them? That'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah.
People who have less aspirations tend to want to be great parents, and it's not even a consolation prize, really. Well, then, if that's the case, there's nothing wrong with it, right? If you've got great parents having kids and raising them well, that's a wonderful thing. We don't. It's not like, you know. Do I think that overpopulation is a problem? Yes. You really are wasting yourself, man. My answers are on my videos. My son deserves my attention right now over an impulsive debate. If you have any merit, you would plan ahead. Well, I mean, that's not true, right? It's absolutely not true. If I had any merit that I would plan ahead to debate you about your groupist bullshit, no. If I was focused on making good use of my time, I would never spend a second doing that. Sure. I love you, darling. Good night.
Good night.
Wouldn't it be nice if people actually had control over birth rates? Right. The thing about talking about birth rates is nobody says, hey, everybody, hey, look, I know myself. I'm going to pop out 12, 14 kids. Can you please make some laws to limit my ability to do so? Nobody ever says that, right? They're always talking about other people. The same thing is like, oh, we have to pass this bill to give money to these disadvantaged people. It's never the disadvantaged people who are saying that. It's always the politicians who purport to patronizingly represent their woeful, pitiful existence. The other thing we have to remember about life in general is we can compare ourselves against the ideal, or we can compare ourselves against previous realities. And comparing ourselves against the ideal is just a strategy of problem admiration. So a lot of people like to complain that things aren't ideal, and those people over there are to blame for it, for their wrongness. And the number one totalizing frame of reference is the competition between men and women. Well, of course, no frame of reference is totalizing. And anytime you use a totalizing frame of reference to confer identity onto others, you commit ontological violence. So, or ontological assault. I shouldn't use the word violence metaphorically like that. Well, that's why you owe me $4,900, Leaf Trimmer. There was a $4,900 fine for missing that meeting. 48. I'm sorry. Thank you, Zan Black. You corrected me. $4,800. Somebody asked me, I guess, earlier today if there was a late fee for paying the fine this late. And I said, it's $100, but I'll waive it if you pay it today. Well, I'm waiting for all their checks too. I'm waiting for all of their checks. I've sent out invoices. You owe me $4,800 because you missed the mandatory live stream. Nature would say, I don't break the law, I am the law. Nature doesn't talk. Nature's a deaf mute. No, it's $4,800 each. Yeah. Yeah. What horse mumbler said. Nature has a lot to do with poop, actually, Nicholas Watson. Nature and poop are tight. I was chatting with Mother Nature the other day. I said, what's the deal with all these bugs? And Mother Nature said, what are you going to do? It was a pretty pleasant outing. We went out together to spray graffiti. It's an activity we like to do together. We get our spray paint pans and go spray graffiti on things. Mother Nature was here. We use all natural paints, nothing that has any chemicals in it to protect Mother Nature. You've worked 2 days and ready for retirement. Yeah, tell me about it. I feel you, dog. I feel you. Something else I wanted to talk about. There's another thing I was considering titling this besides Finding Andy Lou. I'm considering titling it something about slabs. I don't remember because things feel very slabby right now. Like externals as well as internals are all moving me forward towards the outcome I've been talking about and stuff. Like basically I've been half-assedly dealing with these painful and maybe infected tooth or teeth for a better part of a month now. And it's something I'm going to have to get dealt with for cosmetic reasons as well as for just health reasons. But today it sort of came to a head significantly enough that I have to go to the dentist tomorrow. So I'm going to end up going to the dentist tomorrow because the slabs have forced me to, not so much because I'm following through on a plan. Right. New beginnings, time, clearing out the built-up gunk, old gunk in your life. Can you tell us a bedtime story? I will probably tell a bedtime story tonight. I'm quite confident I will tell you a bedtime story tonight. I'm feeling bedtime story-ish. But I'm not quite ready to go to bed, so I'm not going to tell you a bedtime story yet. I am going to tell you a bedtime bong rip. Once upon a time, there was a bedtime bong rip. It came later after the current bong rip. Are the slabs conscious? The best description of the slabs is, I guess you could call them either the rules of decision making / mapping / ski slopes. So the central notion of the slabs is this, that it's kind of a ski slope thing, that if you're going down an infinitely long ski slope mountain, let's say, and infinitely wide, each time you get to the end of a given run, you have various choices. You can go continue going straight. You can go off to the left over there. It looks like a path through a little wooded area. You could go off to the right there. Looks like there's some moguls, whatever. No path, very few paths lock you all the way down the hill. So it is conceivable to get onto a slope that you can't get off of for the rest of your life. For example, getting life in prison, right? You've chosen a path that has no ways to segue off onto other paths. You can't change the kind of slope you're skiing on, no matter how shady it is. But for most people in most paths, they are temporary and they are also determinate. So once you start going down a given path, it seems like all of reality gathers up various things around you accordingly. Like, oh, okay, you've chosen this path. So you've chosen option B. So let's put in motion destiny pattern X that we had set aside for choice B there. Okay. It feels like that. So what I mean is, as I'm moving towards, as I'm setting up my campaigning stuff right now, getting my hair cut, getting my teeth fixed, getting the like, for example, the web address, Eric Strauss for President.org or com, I don't remember what it is, but it renewed right at the end of January. It was time for it to renew. Do you want to renew this? Yes, I do. Okay. Now, I didn't have to do anything, but it felt like, I had to pay $10 or whatever, but it felt like I had gotten the first step done. That's the slab saying, all right, well, this is the path you're on. It's the path you've defined. So here are the things you see as you ski down this path. You see some trees on the right. You see a little house with some smoke coming out of it on the left, or whatever, Then my teeth became physically too uncomfortable today for me to watch the Super Bowl without revealing how much pain I was in, which meant that it had to come out that, yes, my teeth are hurting and stuff like that. So then, of course, there comes a conversation about, well, we need to go to the dentist, and I need to go to the dentist. And so then it happens. But as long as I can keep it quiet, never mention anything about it to anybody or reveal it because it's not painful enough, then I'm just going to put it off as an expensive thing that I don't like to have to do. Nobody wants to spend money on dentist work. I got dentistry done in Shanghai, and it was about the same price as the United States, but I got a high quality Taiwanese dentist that mostly only expats went to, rather than a Chinese dentist. He had dental offices in both Taipei and Shanghai, and he was only in Shanghai like 1 week a month, maybe. But anyway, when I went there to that dentist in Shanghai, that was much worse than the current situation because, I'm in the United States. Because in China, you can't get analgesics over the counter. You can't get Tylenol. You can't get aspirin. You can't get ibuprofen. You can't get Aleve. You can't get shit. So, there were days when I was in extreme pain, waiting for this dentist, and I couldn't even take Tylenol. I couldn't sleep at night. It was awful. And then when I went to the dentist, he basically said he looked in my tooth and he said the Chinese equivalent of, holy shit. Like, the size of the cavity, I guess, in that tooth was just massive. And I don't know if I needed a root canal or not. I love root canals because if you get a root canal, then your tooth doesn't feel anything anymore. You don't feel cold. You don't feel hot. It's no longer alive, basically. And the thing is, our teeth are alive in a way that our fingernails are not alive, right? But our teeth should not be alive because we don't need the ability to tell hot and cold with our teeth. We can tell it with our tongue way before we can tell it with our teeth. Yes, I'm in the United States. I'm in Los Angeles. Well, I mean, you can't. I was on nothing for almost the whole time I was in Shanghai, which is to say, you can't get weed there. I didn't smoke any weed. I ran out of Adderall like right away, and then I spent the whole rest of the time I was in Shanghai, the whole rest of a couple of months at least, without any substances at all. Okay, so a couple of questions. I did take an antihistamine a little while ago, or not that long ago. I even have, if it gets bad, my dad gave me, it's right in here, a bottle of acetaminophen with codeine in it. Thing is, I hate drugs in this class. Your codeines, your Vicodins, I hate all those drugs because they make me feel super pukey when they wear off. They feel okay. It's like it does work somewhat on the pain. I feel okay. Like I still feel a little bit like easily made motion sick, I guess you might say. No, it does, Spencer Jones. I have gotten that before. My current tooth problem is not so bad that I need to get Oragel, which is benzocaine. That's if I'm really suffering from tooth pain, then the analgesics don't work. Even if I take like 2 Tylenol, 2 Advil, and 2 Aleve, I will still I'll still feel a lot of pain. And then if that's the case, then I have to use that Oragel stuff, which does work well, but it works for a short period of time. It's like such a relief when you're in agony to put that stuff on it. Basically, I need to probably get probably 1 root canal, probably 2 crowns, and 2 bridges. So it's going to be a lot, but what are you going to do? At the very least, I need to get the teeth that are causing me pain either pulled out or root canals, or if it's just a cavity, filled and crowned so that it doesn't hurt again. I can put off the bridge till later. I mean, it's not a good idea to pull out your teeth and replace them with a bridge if you can save the tooth and crown it, because bridges are a pain in the ass. She gets under them, you know. But what pain? The pain I'm experiencing in my teeth right now, I'm not really feeling any pain. It's gone away. I took a bunch of analgesics and one of those codeines, and I feel okay now. That's why I'm live streaming. Before this live stream, I was like, ow, 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 you know. You don't need more, you need less. Need less what? I need less what? Teeth? Fewer teeth? Less drugs? Less painkillers? I mean, the thing is, no, it's not a wisdom teeth situation. My wisdom teeth were pulled out a long time ago. I agree I need less painkillers. I would like to not take any painkillers, which means I need my teeth to be fixed so I am not in pain. I'm not normally in pain. Today was the first day, in fact, during the Super Bowl was the first time that my current dental problems have hurt so badly that I could no longer, that I couldn't hide it, I couldn't just sort of continue on normally. It was enough of pain that it was kind of debilitating. It hasn't happened since the last dental work I needed, which was back when I lived with Kimberly and Laverne. The ocean can think what it wants. I still say it's a bunch of salt water. Is that what you're going for, Funnel Hot? I need less worries. Well, that's true. I mean, I can watch it if it's a close game. But the Super Bowl, I quit watching it at the top of the fourth quarter. We watched the first half, all the first half. And Rachel and I didn't watch the halftime. We went back in to watch part of the third quarter with my dad. Like, not the very beginning of the third quarter, but the most of the third quarter. And then beginning of the fourth quarter, we're just like, okay, this is over. Is Brady the GOAT? I mean, you kind of have to say so, but I wouldn't. It would kind of be unfair to mention Brady being the GOAT because of what he did with Tampa Bay without mentioning Gronkowski, who was there with him the whole time. Like, we want to give the quarterback all the credit, but could he really have done that without Gronkowski? I mean, maybe Gronkowski should get a little bit more of the credit than he does, is what I'm thinking. But, I mean, obviously, Tom Brady is he's done something, like, super impressive, right? He's really done something impressive. Certainly, this ends all talk that Tom Brady can only win with Belichick, right? That ends any talk like that. It's no longer just Belichick who's responsible. After all, is Belichick still coaching, or did he quit? Was he still coaching New England after Brady and Gronkowski left, or did he leave coaching, or what? He's still coaching the Patriots. He's still coaching the Patriots. I mean, it shows you right there who's a bigger factor, right? Tom Brady and Gronkowski or Belichick? See, why would he want to stay on as the coach at that point? Why not leave with Brady and Gronkowski? Leave the top of his game, Or at least change teams. Why stay with the Patriots? Everyone else has bailed ship. Why not you bail ship, turn over a new leaf someplace else? This football talk's getting too sensory for me. I like talking football, personally. I'm a real ordinary American. I like football. I like baseball. I like basketball. I don't really like hockey all that much. And soccer's growing on me, regular American. The thing about Tom Brady, one thing I've noticed about his teams in general is it always seems like the play calling's one step ahead of the defense. But it makes me think that it's not really the play calling as so much as Brady's so good at reading the defense that he always makes the right read, so it looks like the play calling is one step ahead. I think he's really good at making the right read. That's my only explanation, because it's not like there's anything. He's not as impressive to watch as Mahomes, right? Like Mahomes made some fucking crazy passes tonight. You see the one? It was incomplete, but where he's being grabbed by this guy, he's being swirled around and thrown to the ground. As he's being thrown to the ground, he's looking at the corner of the end zone. He throws it from way down the field, right? As he's falling, as he's being thrown to the ground, and it's not caught, but it lands right in the fucking back corner of the end zone, right where if it were ever going to be caught, it would have been caught by his guy and be a touchdown. It was incredibly impressive, the touch that Mahomes has, even if he's being hit by a truck. It's like he could be run over by a truck and he'd still drop it right on a dime. His accuracy does not go down at all when he's running around, unlike some quarterbacks, I tell you what the problem is. You know why Kansas City lost, don't you? Because women are turning all slutty. That's women. The problem with women is no matter what they do, they can't stop having vaginas and breasts. And that makes them destroy civilization all the time. Randall Cunningham was the original runaround guy. He was with the Eagles. He never really won a Super Bowl, did he? He was an effective runaround quarterback. That's true. You know who else was a very effective runaround quarterback, but is not thought of as a runaround quarterback? Is Steve Young. Steve Young was as much a runaround quarterback as a pocket quarterback, really. But he's not thought about as so much as a runner as say Randall Cunningham or like the later ones like Michael Vick or I don't think Russell Wilson was the original. I think Michael Vick was the original. The original runaround. The original new runaround quarterback. I agree. Randall Cunningham was the original old runaround quarterback. But as far as scrambling for the purpose of buying time to make a throw, I'd have to say Mahomes gets A+ 100 excellent grade eBayer. He's really good at that, Mahomes is really good at going like this. He'll scramble over here, and then he'll go whoop and go like this, and then whoop and go like this. He's really good at doing that. Fran Tarkenton, another good runaround quarterback. That's an old school reference there, Hambone. I don't even remember Fran Tarkenton playing. That's too old for me. So it's like Mahomes doesn't really run around to run. He runs around to buy time. And he's very good at that. Whereas Brady, you never see Brady really running around to buy time. He's instead, it's either like I said, he makes the right read like instantly somehow, and it works, or it doesn't work. Russell Wilson's also really good at extending plays too. But I don't think Russell Wilson regressed this season. I just think that the Seahawks, they don't have the defense they used to have, and so it's their offense is the same as it's always been. Kind of, it's like not explosive, but effective, right? Effective enough with their powerhouse defense. With the defense down, the offense seems comparatively mediocre because it's not enough to win games anymore. Kind of like Freddie Forgiato's mom's face. I was going to say Hambone's mom's face, but I love Hambone's mom too much, so I can't say that. She's a wonderful, wonderful woman who gave me jam. Whereas Freddie Forgiato's mom's face has never given me jam. or jelly for that matter. Well, okay. I mean, that's how you know. That's how you know the Seahawks were down this year. When the Seahawks offense is winning them games early in the season, then you know, okay, they're having to cover for that defense, and they can't keep doing that forever. You know. The thing that the Seahawks have that nobody else has, Pete Carroll. They got Pete Carroll. I think he's the best coach of all. I think Belichick's, Slytherin's best coach, but I think that Pete Carroll is Gryffindor's best coach. I do have a Pete Carroll fetish. That's true. You caught me. I do have a bit of. I admit this is an area where I had difficulty being objective. I have a lot of warm feelings towards Pete Carroll because when he was kicking ass as a USC coach was the time when I was really into college football, and it was just like, thank you, Pete. All praise is due. We are not worthy, because he came in to save USC at a time when the previous USC coach had been, I think, Larry Smith, maybe? No, it would have been John Robinson too. Okay, so SC had gone through a troubled period of finding coaches, right? We had the low point was the guy right before Pete Carroll. What was his name? He was an offensive coordinator who was like an ISTJ or an INTJ, and it was a disaster. Let me figure out what his name was. That was terrible. And what was that name? USC head coach before Pete Carroll. Paul Hackett. I already remembered it. Okay. Coaches. Let's see. All right. So it went, in the late 70s, USC had John Robinson, who won national championships. Then in the 80s, we were kind of good, but never that good, right? And then somebody's knocking at the door. Is it Kitty or is it Trouble? It sounds like a Trouble knock. Oh, I see. It's a knock over the trash thing. So I don't know if it's a skunk or a possum, but something comes and knocks over the trash. And then I go and give them some cat food so they don't knock over the trash. Oh, it's a raccoon. Well, I'll have to give them some more cat food because raccoons are rather hungry creatures. Here you go, raccoon. Here's half a old burrito for you. We got all kinds of wildlife around here, I tell you. This time it's a raccoon. Got to feed them all, of course. Because that's FE for you, I guess. It works on animals too. So head coaches. Where's the list of coaches? I don't have a list of coaches. Anyway, it was Paul Hackett. He was terrible. So after Larry Smith and Paul Hackett and some other scrub, and John Robinson too, which didn't work, I was pretty depressed. I was like, God, when I was a little kid, we used to win national championships, and now we're like losing to freaking New Mexico State or something in the Sun Bowl. I mean, come on. Well, let me tell you what happened. USC pursued some big name coach. They weren't able to get him. They pursued some other big name coach. They weren't able to get him. And then third choice runner-up over runner-up, Pete Carroll. They're like, I guess we'll offer you the job. We don't want to, but if you'll take it, I guess we'll offer it to you. And Pete Carroll came in and took it, and it was literally like that kind of. It was when he was offered the job. Everybody, like USC, like all the administrators and all the fans were like, all right, we'll get rid of him next year and replace him or something. Pete Carroll. God, we couldn't get meow. That's how everybody was like. And then he came in, and the first year, I think he went 6-6, if I remember correctly. But it was like he lost he was like 2-4, and then went like 6-2 or something. So it was encouraging, and won the bowl game. And then second year, it was game on. It was, and then it's like the crazy thing is how effective he was at getting people to stay. So all these other teams, their seniors would go out, or the juniors would go out for the drafts or whatever, and they'd have to get all these 2-and-dones, people who leave after their sophomore year, people who leave after junior year. But everybody wanted to stay on that Trojans team. But that's the thing. The NCAA case against USC is such bullshit. There is no substance to it all. There never was any substance to it, as he wasn't doing that shit. I mean, I'm not saying USC doesn't do that shit in general. They do. But Pete Carroll wasn't doing that shit. He was squeaky clean because he didn't want to he knew he had a good thing going. He didn't need any cheating to win. He had the team that had Snoop Dogg on the sidelines, He didn't need to cheat at all. Everybody wanted to stay and be part of this great party he was putting on in LA. Well, the NCAA got sick of USC winning, and they took us down over nothing. I mean, there was no actual problem there, It's like, the weird thing is, at the time, the USC football team was probably the only clean thing about USC. I mean, USC was in the center of all that college cheating scandal, where those rich people got paid to get their kids, somebody else take their kids' SAT tests or pretend to be on the rowing team, stuff like that, USC was like right in the center of all that shit. I just said, better this than Penn State. I'd rather be USC than Penn State, right? I didn't go to USC. Actually, I did take some classes there, but I didn't get my degree from USC. But regardless, if I had to be affiliated with either Penn State and their big scandal, or USC and its big scandal, I'd much rather be affiliated with USC. Raccoons reproduce too much? Hey, don't make their behavior into a normative matter. Almost hot, okay? You might say they reproduce too much if you had a reason to believe that they injured their genitals. You wonder how Aunt Becky is doing right now? Who's Aunt Becky? They're very brave. For example, back in Laverne, it would sit on the front porch, and you'd come out and open the door and you'd look at it. It would be eating cat food from like the bag that Kimberly left on the porch or something. And it'd be eating it. And you open the door and it would pause for a second. It would look at you. And just keep eating, except now it's looking at you instead of the food. Very, very bold creatures. But I tell you what else are bold creatures? The skunks. Skunks are very bold creatures. And why? Because they're accustomed to everybody going, it's a skunk, and running away from it, including other animals. They think no other animals even want to mess with a skunk. It's just, I don't want to get sprayed with that stuff, you know? It doesn't seem like that thing's going to taste good because it's so smelly, probably, is what the animals think, is my guess. Anyhow, as a consequence, they're very blasé about going about their business, the skunks. I don't see them during the day. I see them only at nighttime. The only time I see them during the day is when they're flat on the road and you can smell them before you can see them in that instance. But of course, the thing is, the skunks are accustomed to everything avoiding them. So they saunter about with an entitlement that lends itself to getting run over by a car. But you know what I tell them? I say, hey, if you don't want to get run over by a car, saunter with less entitlement, or perhaps perambulate with entitlement in a non-saunter like fashion. Wise words, wise words. If I had to give one piece of advice that would universalize to everybody in the world, it would be this. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Well, I'll explain it to you. Chasing waterfalls is inherently an act of folly because the waterfall part doesn't move. It stays in the same place. The water that comprises the waterfall, it may begin above the waterfall and end below the waterfall, but the waterfall itself stays put. So it makes no sense to go chasing it. That's why it does comprise universal advice, Octavia Silva. It's always a bad idea to chase waterfalls. To do so is to make a category error. Okay? You're supposed to stand beneath waterfalls, take pictures of waterfalls, go over them in a barrel. Those things are all acceptable things to do with waterfalls. Point at them. What are some other acceptable things to do with waterfalls? Yell at them? I don't know. You can't climb a waterfall, Oliver Linehand. Nobody can climb water, okay? Unless it's frozen. You can't climb falling water. It doesn't work. No one has to pee. Everybody would like a bowl of peas, though. All of a sudden, everybody realizes they're desperate for a big bowl of peas. Yes, you can go over them in a barrel. You can turn them into hydroelectric dams, I guess. Right? Or it would more be like a water wheel kind of majagglety. Okay, I will give you a drawing prompt. I want you to draw a picture of a guy realizing that he has the anime power to shoot anti-gravity balls out of his hands. Could be a girl, guy or a girl. Or it could be like a dog-faced man, maybe. It's like a dude, but with the face of a dog. Is it possible this woman is in a man's body? No, I think it's a dog-faced man. but he's got a very womanly behind, maybe. Some people say I have a womanly behind. Shapely, round, supple, soft, covered with gentle blonde hairs. Just a wisp of them. Peach fuzz, if you will. Each cheek, a hearty handful. These are the words of my buttocks. I'd like to star in, write, direct, and produce a soap opera. It could be, it's the story of some rich people who live in Solvang, and the important goings on of their quaint community and the dark underbelly of that community. The main characters will be the guy who owns the pancake store, a powerful wine producer, owner of a local vineyard, the mayor of the town, and the Solvang Community College cheerleading team will appear in a Benny Hill-esque role. We will have traditional dancers in wooden shoes performing every other episode for a total of 30 seconds. Inexplicably, everyone in the soap opera will ride everywhere on horses down the streets and everything, even though everyone else is driving cars. Nobody will comment upon it. One of the main storylines will be that a storefront has opened up on Main Street downtown called Speed and Crack Pipes. It sells pipes for smoking meth and pipes for smoking crack. And the city's okay with it existing, but they just don't want its name to be Speed Pipes and Crack Pipes. They'd like to change it to something like Glass Accessories. Store owners are like, how are the meth and crack addicts going to know where to buy their pipes? Nobody had a good answer to that, and so the matter was tabled until next week at the city council meeting. Of course, in this dark underbelly of a Solvang town in middle coastal California is a secret ring of prostitutes who are also housewives, who also collectively own a dog grooming business. And what they do is they only prostitute themselves to men who own dogs that need grooming. And so gradually throughout the show, the town's dogs become increasingly shaggy and unkempt. As all the single men of the town begin purchasing dogs to qualify to become a customer of the dog grooming model housewife secret prostitution ring. Concurrently, their husbands are running a cockfighting ring. except instead of using roosters, they're using their own penises. And instead of fighting, they're having sex. What does 12th slot PE looks like? Looks a lot like a potassium deficiency. Santiago DeVille, a former pop star who retired to the area on a ranch that he named Rock Forever. Is rather a villainous sort and is rather bitter about how his once bright career fell off so sharply and how the world of fans turned against him, ridiculing him. He's kind of based off of half Ice Cube, half Screech. I mean, half Vanilla Ice, half Screech. It's kind of like one of those tragic guys, but he's really bitter and villainous. So obviously he's got some villainy plans. He's got all the other characters cloned in his basement and already in a coma. So whenever the narrative needs one of the characters to go into a coma, as characters need to do in soap operas, it's always actually a substitute then and part of Santiago. What did I say his last name was? DeVille. Santiago DeVille's larger villainous plans. His larger villainous plans include usually it's things that offend the tenderhearted, like he wants to purchase rights to the marine animal preserve so he can drill there. You know, that's one episode to appeal to people who care about that. Another episode, he sees a local coach going too far with the children's soccer team in terms of being too competitive, too aggressive. And by the end of the episode, the soccer coach has learned a valuable lesson about what's really important: having fun. Everybody getting to play. Well, Netflix, are you going to buy my show? You bought Backy. My pitch right there has to have been better than the pitch for Backy, even though I just made it up on the fly. I read too much L. Ron Hubbard. I have never read his religious books, but I read part of one of his fiction books. I got maybe halfway through it. I was shocked at how poor the writing was. It was just like, okay, the only thing I can compare it to is the Percy Jackson books. Shockingly poorly written. Bone jumping. Is it something people still do? Is it still possible to jump someone's bone or bones? Or must you now smash them? Screech died? Screech died? Is that true? Screech died? I didn't know that. What a tragic guy that is, huh? There but for the grace of God. Yeah, he died February 1st. What did he die of? Drugs or something? Oh yeah, stage 4 lung carcinoma. Huh. He had all kinds of problems. Boy, oh boy. When did he get diagnosed with this cancer? January 2021, he was diagnosed. February 1st, 2021, he was dead. Wow. How long between his diagnosis and death? That's crazy. So, January 21st. So, he first went to the hospital earlier in January. By January 21st, he was undergoing his first chemo. By February 1st, he was dead. Wow. Screech thinks moldy hotel rooms may have caused his lung cancer. He never smoked cigarettes. I assumed he must have smoked cigarettes because he was such a fuck up. Just goes to show you, don't intuit a book by its intuitive indicators. Interesting. He died of lung cancer. Never smoked cigarettes. Blames it on moldy hotel rooms, of all things. Well, I've never smoked moldy hotel rooms, but I have stayed in a few cigarettes. Never trust a chick who works in an ice cream shop. They are all agents of Xi Jinping, as far as I'm aware. Now, can you trust former ice cream shop employees? Rachel, have you ever worked in an ice cream shop? Inquiring minds need to know. I need to know if you've ever worked in an ice cream shop before I make my next comment. Assuming Rachel's never worked in an ice cream shop, I really think you're onto something, because Kimberly started her working years in an ice cream shop. Namely, not just any Robbins, but Baskin Robbins. Formerly known as 31 Flavors. That's an anime guy discovering he has the power to shoot anti-gravity balls out of his hand. That's pretty damn good. That's, talk about like on point, on command with a dog-faced man, right? I was picturing him in my own head as having like a full-on like dog's face, like a golden retriever, like a long snout, So I forgot that he was supposed to be dog-faced, and it didn't occur to me until like 10 things in of noticing about it. Isn't that a notice joy of 10? It's pretty cool, Octavia. So you're a pretty good drawer, huh? What are you, some kind of drawer chance? Somebody give me a drawing assignment. I want to play now. I don't want Octavia Silva to be the only one who can play this game. Okay. Somebody tell me what to draw. An important picture of something. Whatever it is, it better be important. Of course, by me drawing it, that makes it important, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. Where's that bag of pens and pencils and stuff? Ooh, that Rachel? I'm just kidding, darling. I'm just kidding. I'm not blaming you for anything. All right. Okay. I would like to have a picture thing that I'm supposed to draw. I want to play this game too. I want what Octavia Silva got. Somebody tell me a picture thing to draw. It's not fair that only Octavia Silva gets that. You guys, it's not fair. You guys, it's not okay. I get to do it too. It is my party. Where's my knife? Oh, there it is. Right in front of my butt. Vaultology is a typology as Mormonism is to Christianity. What do you think about that analogy? I think it's a pretty good one. Any takers? In other words, it's not really Christian, right? Is Mormonism really Christian? I don't really think so. I think it's something different. Even though they say Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, I don't really think that's Christian. But same thing with vaultology. It's not really typology. It's some make-believe ancillary, you know? Vaultology should be the study of vultures. Okay, what am I drawing? Has anybody given me the thing to draw yet? Nobody's given me anything to draw yet. You should draw your two favorite anime characters beating each other up. I don't know if I could draw my favorite anime character. I need to draw an original thing because I can't draw things very well, right? So I guess my two favorite original anime characters that I come up with right now. Okay. The first one will be a lovely but also muscular person named Squarm. And this is what I'm drawing so far. I'm making Squarm. So Squarm is an anime character whose power is having square arms. That's why he or she is named Squarm. So where I'm starting here, this is like the shoulders. This is one of his square arms, or hers. This is the other one. Let's finish the other square arm. Maybe you know what I could do. Maybe is okay. Let's see. How about if I go like meow? If you're first in line, you'll be certainly fine. You'll find lots of cheese up inside your knees. Then you want to have some pam pam pam. Then you want to pam 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 pam. Take a meow meow meow. How do you make this part go? What is this to? Oh, right. Okay. Like this? I don't know. What I need to do is like maybe turn this one. Chow. No? Chow? How do you make it go for? Oh, I see. I see. Chow. Like this? Wait, what happened? Oops. Why doesn't it, this whole thing tilt though? Well, it does. I see it tilts the wrong way though. But I could turn it this way and turn it around. Okay, I get the picture now. It's gonna have to go. This is hard. Hard things are hard. Have you ever noticed that? I don't like how hard things are hard. I prefer everything to be TE free. If it's TE free, it's okay with me. I don't like that shit. I figure it out and then maybe a bit. I'll forget how I did it next. Take a chance on me. Cause I'm full of pee. There we go. Okay, now we're gonna turn you around, mister. Like a turnaround Sue. I turn you around like a reversing humanity man. Okay, now we have the camera on this. See, there we go. There we go. Now we're really having a party. Take a chance on me. You'll be first in line. If you wanted me, you should have a lime. Cause I like that kind of citrus fruit a lot. It's green and chewy if you have some snot. Take a chance on me. Take a chance on me. Cause my name is Squarm. And my arms are square. Take a chance on Squarm. You'll be blown away by their charms. Baby, I can't see whether Squarm's got knees. But a Squarm don't have no knees. Don't worry about just what Squarm is doing. Squarm will shout. Take a chance on Squarm. He can find his arms. Make a circle there for his eyebrow where it goes up like this, 'cause its eyebrow this. Make an ear that goes over here on the side, and put those things inside those little lines. Make an ear on him, and you see him then. Now what's this hole in the back of his skull? What's this bump right here? I don't know, it's queer. It seems odd to me that it would be on him, but that's just how he rolls. I guess it's him. Take a chance on Squirm. Take a chance on Squirm. Now, what about his hands? Are they square like arms? Or perhaps they're hands that are rare like barns? And they've got some fingers too, just like me. And they got a thumb or two or three. Take a chance on Squirm. Because he's got very square arms. And his power is squares, which he will throw over there. Have you heard the new song from the Swedes? Take a chance on Swarm by ABBA. I don't think those are the lyrics. No, they are now. They changed them. Why? They were enamored of Squarm. Don't you mean enamored with? Take a chance on Squarm, because your Squarm is arm, and his arms are square, and they're over there. You like arms that have a squarey way, then you'll like Squarm every day. Take a chance on Squarm, because his arms are square. Take a chance on Squarm, because he's right over there. If you don't like Squarm, well then Squarm won't invite you in to his party, which is happening now. He's squarming party and it's squarming wow. Take a chance on Squarm, because his arms are square. Take a chance on Squarm, because he's over there. Now we need some legs, otherwise Squarm would just have to have pegs made out of wood. And that would make him too pirate-like, when in fact his squarminess is alright. It's not piracy to be squarmy, see. Even on the sea, he'll squarm you and me. Take a chance on Squarm. Okay, let's try this. What is it? It's a different pencil. It doesn't have any point on it at all. That won't do any good. You can't draw with that one. That one won't work. Let's try this one. take a chance on Squarm. Take a chance on Squarm. Okay, we're working hard on our picture. Turn it upside right for you so you can see. Take a chance on Squarm. So here's his foot. He's got a very long, thin foot, as you can see. There. And obviously, cubes shoot out of his fingertips. Sometimes rectangular cubes, sometimes more cubical cubes. It really depends on the skill of the artist and the occasion of the cube drawing. These are all pew, shooting from his fingers. Pew, pew. Okay, take a chance on me. I'm Squarm. That's what he's basically saying. Now, who's the other guy? Now, this is Renault, an old French guy. He likes baguettes. He likes bicycles. He likes berets. He likes beating people up. These are his fists. Here's his other fist. He has the power to curve his wrist so that his fist points whatever direction he wants it to be pointing in. So he's known as France's best fist haver. Going in that direction, buddy. And this one going right to the junk. Okay, so what we need here to clarify Renault is a little bit more hair, maybe. So we know what kind of guy Renault is. He's got that kind of hair. He's got a mouth that goes like this with a big, scary scowl. And these are all teeth, all the way back. Got a massive nostril, which means he can maximize intake of air during a fight. which will help him when engaging in his various anime style combats that he has to engage in. Now his head has been reinforced with a sturdy. What is this thing? What is this thing? Look, here's a pencil that I can sharpen with this pencil sharpener. So I'm going to try this pencil that I haven't tried yet. They all seem to be the same, basically, as far as I can tell. But maybe there's different. I don't know. That's not sharp enough, Eric. You're never going to become a professional artist with pencils that dull. If you really, really want to devote your life to drawing, Eric, like you say you do, you're going to have to keep all of your pencils extremely sharp all of the time. At least half of your day, if you're a real artist, is spent sharpening pencils. Now look what you've done. You've gotten dust all over everything. And what is that supposed to be? Some sort of artistic flair? Is that the dust of the power of his fists? Oh, look at that. That's the power of wind. To blow away the dust of yesteryear and bring about a brighter, truer, silkier future. The silkiness of the future is up to all of us. You know, don't save silkiness for future generations. Don't exploit that which is silky for selfish reasons. If you find a succubus inside your top drawer, send her out to the forest, for she will know no more than heartache, sad, and sorrow, if kept by you to hump. For succubi, you know, at best, can only hump till brunch. Famous words of the poet Trilocli, the Greek, who made that poem in the year 78 BC as a Valentine's poem to his then girlfriend, Jessica. Fist. That's how you make a fist. That's the textbook anime fist. This one's a little more furry than the other one, right? It's got fist fur. Fear thee not the furry fists, for furry fists are first. But if your fist lacks fur indeed, then fear indeed the worst. You remember that old saying about furry fists? Full of old sayings tonight. Chock full of old sayings. I refreshed my memory by accessing my library of old sayings that I keep on hand at all times. And that's why I guess I have so many new old sayings for you tonight. The total number of old sayings never changes, but I'm always finding new ones. For example, when you draw a neck or chin, you might start with a line and then find yourself oddly faced with mask, a cover, head, and trace. Okay, so how do I make this look more like a shirt and less like a weird thing? Well, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to put wings out of the back of this guy. That explains his weird back. Right? So much better than anything else I could do. Now we see why he has a weird back. It's because he has wings. He's a bewinged creature. I mean, he can take to the air at a moment's notice as the needs of combat dictate. Here in his knapsack, bombs. Here. The bomb is kept in there, in this pocket. Why do his arms connect like that? Well, sometimes arms connect like that. It's hard to explain why. It's a mystery that has yet to be solved. Because that's why, because of these strings here that attach it. Okay, so now, how do we make sure that we realize these are sleeves? Well, they need a pattern, a fashionable pattern. Like this. X's. Now he's wearing Coco Chanel and being Ernest Hemingway. He's manifesting the dream. Iconography. Someday, I'd like to be the subject of stained glass window artwork done independently by multiple stained glass window artists worldwide, unbeknownst to each other. And for there then to be, as people realize that this has serendipitously happened all over the world, for then to there be a big competition. Who's got the best stained glass of Eric? The winner would get prestige, pride, praise, metaphysical equity, and other hugely tangible rewards. And the losers would all be publicly shamed. Ideally, we could get their communities to ostracize them as well. But we may have some difficulty talking close family members into that. It's important that there be prizes for winners and suffering for losers. Otherwise, there's no justice in the world. Like, what's the worst thing that ever happened? The consolation prize. Don't console them. Oh, I'm sorry you lost. Hey, Losey Pants. Maybe you should try a little harder next time. Captain Lose a lot. You know, right? You feel me, dogs? I know you feel me. Because you know why? You're winners. Every one of you. Hardcore winning. You know, it's all about the winning. Whoever makes the most money, wins the most games, fucks the most bitches, that's the winner. That's the badass. That's the alpha. That's all there is to it. That's all for today. Captain Brody, Stardate 2079. Captain Brody, there's an emergency on the bridge. All right, I'll be right there, Betty. Hey, you're looking good. Thanks, Captain Brody. Have you, grown in the, boobs? You noticed I have. I have put on a little weight, but it's all gone to my chest. That's great, Betty. I'm so happy to hear for you. Hear that for you. You'll have to let me check them out sometimes, but I got an emergency on the bridge right now. Oh, Captain Brody, you're so funny. I know. All right. Anyway, what's the emergency bridge, people? There's some aliens over there. They're shooting at us with their lasers. Do you have the shields on? Yes, the shields are on. Are the shields holding? Yeah, the shields are holding. All right, open a hailing channel. Okay, we have the alien craft on screen 1. Yo, I'm Brody. I'm the captain of the ship. What's going on? What are you guys doing? We are Carlo Gonian, since you humanoids have stolen our resources. You will now die. Hold on there, bro. Hold on. Now look, if someone stole your resources, I get it. That's gonna piss you off. I'm pretty sure it wasn't us. What sort of resources were they? They stole many precious metals and many of our women. Oh, was that you guys? Yeah, okay, we did take that. But you know, the women are a lot happier here with us, I think. Hey, go get Xylatharan. What's her name? Xylatharana? What was it again? Yeah, get her in here. Xylatharan! Is that you? My darling. Oh, Garthana Jew. Sweetie, hi. Is it true? Tell me, it's not true. You're cutting out right now. Looks like I was I got abducted here. And I guess I'll never see you again. And then boo hoo. You're abducted. We'll come save you. You know what? Just it's a lost cause. Just let it go. Just I'm sure. I gave you permission to go on and love another after I die. Okay. But it's, you're cutting out. I gotta go, honey. I'll see you later. Okay, Captain Birdie? Okay, great, sweetie. Notes from the Starship ESTP. Well, I don't want to start any shit or anything, bro, but I kind of run shit around here, and I don't want to be a dick, but you really weren't doing a good job of guarding your shit, so it kind of teaches you an important lesson, I guess. Try to learn from the experience. But why did you have to light our fields on fire? That wasn't really what I wanted to do. I just said, I just didn't think that when we took off and from the field, the engines were going to light it all on fire. That's my bad. I'm sorry about that. But you can't pillage a few planets without breaking a few villages, I guess. You know the old saying. I don't think that's supposed to encourage you to pillage. Oh, definitely not designed to discourage it, right? I think it is, actually. Really? I think you're overthinking this. You're overthinking it a lot. I say you're underthinking it, mister. Well, then we can agree to disagree. I don't want to agree to disagree. I want you to agree with me. And I want a pony. So let's both luck on that. You're just playing games now. You're not really responding to what I'm saying. You don't seem to care what I want. You don't seem to prioritize it at all. That's right, motherfucker. Because I'm What was my name again? Renault. Renault, the French guy. Renault, and he's got some leggings on underneath his skirt. Some leggings. That's to be modest. He doesn't want anybody looking up his kilt and seeing his swaying dingle dangles. He gets so sick of people saying he's wearing a dress. He has to put kilt, not dress, on his kilt, you know. What's missing in this picture right now? I tell you what's missing. Some more cubes. Like maybe he's got a cube that's shooting right out of his armpit, you know. Big one, like pow. And this cube has some lines on it, like that. And like this. And like this. There. Pow. These are what you might call attack cubes. And these here are what you might call attack fists. Fists. Pow. Okay. He's using his 6-eye jutsu. Six-eye jutsu. Now this, obviously, he's got dirt flying up from his foot in massive quantities because he's just kicked. And he's even got square going the wrong direction. Naturally. And Pew, pew, pew. Now he needs some hair as well. His hair is gonna be the forward kind of hair with a little bit of down hair. There we go. And he might even have a little bit of chin hair. There we go. His eye feels like it's not expressive enough. Does he really live as a human with that kind of eye? No. You need a nose too. Now he's really coming to life. He's a real character you can feel and you identify with. And then the title of this picture is Who Will Win? There, it's done. It's a masterpiece. What do you think? Did I win the Masterpiece Award for Best Picture? What do you think? I want everyone's honest opinion. Is it worth $50,000? $5 million? $5 billion? What? Thanks, Vincent's mom. I was working on trying to get that. I took lessons from Raul Diego on how to draw, and he promised me that if I followed his instructions, I'd win the Nobel Prize for pictures, for making pictures. So, yeah. This is two anime characters fighting about something. Who knows what they're upset about even? Maybe this guy, what's his name again? Renault. He's French. Renault. Maybe Renault insulted this other guy's Squarm's square arms. Maybe that's why. Square arm. It triggered him from bullying he received as a child. Is that Eric and Eric? Is that two different Erics? The one on the left doesn't really look like me. The one on the right looks a lot more like me. I don't think he'd identify the one on the left as me very readily. But I like it anyway. You call it Eric's in repose. And Eric's collide. Because there's nothing less beautiful than beauty. I'm going to change art, yes, and I'd like to draw another picture. No, I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm pro-mimetic, and you might say my favorite confetti. Some confetti. I'm interested in semantics. I'm not really that into cemeteries. Maybe that's where they made the mistake. Now we've got colors. Wonderful, wonderful colors. If you want to know what it really means to bring a drawing to life, try using colors. So, what are we going to draw this time? Okay, I will tell you. This time, we're going to draw a picture of, that's pretty good. Okay. We're going to draw a picture of Octavio Silva yelling at leaf trimmer while Winston's mom sits alongside, shaking her head in dismay. Okay. So in order to do this, we're going to do a little bit of planning on this. Winston's mom will be sitting over here in this chair. And then we're going to get the old Sylvanator here. I want everybody to be scale, I guess, but let's see. And we got the she's a girl, and then and you got yourself an Octavia Silva. Okay, now this way outlining it, preparing the story that's being told here. It's an important story. It's the story of Octavia Silva yelling at leaf trimmer while Winston's mom watches and shakes her head disappointedly. Here's the leaf trimmer. And he's going to be your mama. And mama. These are the things he's singing and thinking when he's going. And he's got his arms folded. He's all upset about it, And then he's got man hips, unlike Octavia Silva's got those lady hips. Okay, and so now we got the Octavia Silva here. I'm going to put her pro with the pro, and then so got a basic head here that seems to work pretty good. We're going to put that there like so. And then we're going to put a little bit of hair on her. This is how to draw. Okay, this is how to draw pictures. Okay, this is the hair of Octavia Silva. This is her natural hair color. She is the bastard love child of Carrot Top. That's the hair color. Okay, there's your hair. Now, of course, Octavia Silva right now is very angry. You can see kind of the outline of her angry large mouth yelling. Ah, she's saying. Ah. Now, you can additionally imagine eyes like this. Angry eyes, you know? Like, ah, red with fury. I'm Octavius Silva, you motherfucker. You better watch yourself. I'll walk across scrubs like you on my way to the dentist's office in the morning. Why do you go to the dentist's office in the morning? Shut up! I work there part-time. Okay. Are those satisfactorily angry eyes? I think so. This one's angry, this one's sad. That's appropriate. Expresses her true feelings towards each other. Button nose. And then what you need is a little bit of the old 1-2. Like yeah. This is what's known as the neck region. The shoulders are going to come like that. This shoulder's kind of drooping, like pia. And probably your hands in your pocket, I guess. Meanwhile, this hand though is like it's in full blast. You mode. You. I'm pointing at you, mister. I'm getting something out of my pocket too. That's what this story is telling. Don't think you're gonna get away with this, mister. Here's a boob. It's a boob. Boob on her chest there. And of course, body's where it goes like, yeah. Ooh la la. Ooh la la. And this is like a cape she's wearing. The fuck you will, she's saying. Yeah. I'll make another boob. I need an eraser. Do we have an eraser? Oh, it has an eraser. I'm going to erase this line. This line was ill-advised right there. Don't put that line there. Now you've ruined everything, Eric. Again. Okay, so I think what I needed to do instead is give her the meows, you know. The both direction boobs. It's like, well, maybe she should come even closer. You know? Show. So just, that boob's way too big. That's not even a boob. Like, what's wrong with this person at this point? It's just deformed. There's one thing I should be able to draw, it's boobs. But, oh well. Guess I can't. I'm no good at drawing boobs, so you're just going to have weird boobs. All right. Now, you mind if she's got a shirt on, too. She's kind of got her arm held in a weird position. Like, reaching into her pocket, see? Okay, now this one. Okay, so what we need to do now is start bringing in some other colors here. I'm going to make this dress not so orange, and a lot more green than orange. Put that up there like yeah. And with some yeah. Now, sure, you might say, is all of it going to be green? Maybe it shouldn't all be green there. Maybe you should consider some other options. Well, okay, that's pretty good advice. I will then. Make these pockets green. Like that. Okay, now, I think maybe a different shade of green would be good for the pattern that's on this shirt, which is big green circles. And now to make it to have some orange to it, put a little orange in there like that. Maybe, could be inside circles too, I guess. All right, now this is starting to really look like a fashion design. It's a very fancy shirt now, not just an ordinary shirt. And just need some more circles, because why would they stop right here? They wouldn't. That doesn't make sense. This is a design especially by Coco Chanel, famous French designer, in her brief stint as substitute Cosmo editor when Helen Gurley Brown was on vacation, as she called it. Really, she was in rehab because she had an addiction to huffing air freshener. Everyone around her said, that can't be good for you. She insisted it can't be any worse than unfresh lungs, and it landed her in the hospital eventually. That's where she designed her famous couture line, Fresh Air. Dirty Long. To take on modern life. Take on the stresses of modern life and what it means to be an artist in the world of corporate greed. There's a lot of things to a lot of people, I guess. I guess over 100,000 people signed a petition that it be named the most life-changing event of their or anyone else's lives in history. I was surprised it found such broad support, considering how bold a claim it was. That's when I launched my symposium explaining exactly my theory as to how I believe dogs came to be a population of dogs living on the moon. How did they get there? Why are they alive? What's the deal with these moon dogs? And I got a lot of pushback at first. A lot of people said to me, "What makes you think there are dogs on the moon? And do you have any proof that there are dogs on the moon?" And I say, my first response is always, "Do you have any proof there aren't dogs on the moon?" And that kind of blows a lot of people's minds right there when they realize they don't have any proof that there are no dogs on the moon. That opens a lot of people's eyes right there. But for those whose eyes aren't all the way open, I show them pictures of rock formations on the moon that are clearly in the shape of dog food bowls. Now, who's going to make, if they have the primitive rock carving technology, who's going to use that primitive technology to carve dog food bowls? First of all, even if it were human who were to carve it, that would mean they had dogs. But second of all, if you were human on the moon trying to make yourself stay alive, why would you prioritize dog food bowls? So obviously it's got to be dogs on the moon. That begs the question, and provokes the question, promotes the question, requires an answer to the question, how did the dogs get on the moon? Well, if you recall, during the Carter administration, America launched its 2 birds with 1 stone policy. Just followed the signing of a nuclear agreement with Russia to reduce nuclear arsenals by up to 25% over the course of 7 years. Now, the United States wanted to comply, and there was concurrently another problem in the United States. Veterinarians, humane societies, and other such interested parties had run afoul of a great shortage of put your pet to sleep drugs. And so, naturally, somebody said, Operation Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We need to eliminate the nuclear arsenal and our excess dogs from the kennel population. The chemical we use to kill the cats, we still have plenty of. But the one we use to kill the dogs, turns out it was made mostly out of rare earth metals, and China's kind of cornered the market on those, and they are trying to interfere with our dog euthanation industry. So I propose, Mr. President, that we strap these dogs inside of a rocket ship that's going to carry a nuclear payload, and we launch this ship directly into the moon. Once this has been accomplished, we have reduced our nuclear arsenal by 1 and our population of stray pets by potentially dozens, depending on how big the dogs are and how many we can squeeze in the rocket ship nuclear bomb death trap. Well, the details were worked out as they typically are. And before you knew it, every week, all through 1986 and 1987, the United States would launch a nuclear weapon at the moon. Unbeknownst to the public, this part wasn't advertised, wasn't made public. Inside that rocket ship, well, they had come up with a better approach, and they were able to fit nearly 100 dogs inside the rocket ship with food and water and air to last all the way until their journey to the moon. Of course, the journey to the moon would end when the rocket ship crashed into the moon and created a great nuclear explosion thereupon. Now, here's the thing that people find somewhat difficult to believe. It's not so hard to convince people that the smarter of these dogs untied themselves and their compadres, and that all the dogs then gathered together in a brainstorming group to try to decide what to do about this conundrum they there found themselves in. That part's not hard to convince people of, obviously. If you throw a pack of dogs onto a spaceship bound for a certain death on the moon via nuclear blast, these dogs are going to find enough common ground to work together to try to solve the problem, no matter how much they may have yapped at each other theretofore. This is indeed what happened, is my hypothesis on the ship. It is that the dogs took this moment, this opportunity to learn to work together, and they devised a plan by which they constructed parachutes out of some um, parachute making material that a sloppy engineer had accidentally left on board, conveniently and sloppily. So they made themselves parachutes, and it is my claim, my contention, that just before the rocket ship was about to impact upon the moon, not just before, but maybe 3 minutes before, they jettisoned themselves from the side of the rocket en masse, maybe all the dogs collectively tied to the same parachute. You know why? Well, the gravity on the moon is a lot less. So you can easily see how it is plausible the dogs could fall from even a great height from this rocket ship, end up a great distance away from the center of the nuclear blast. Because gravity is low, winds are more or less non-existent, and you just got to sort of push your way away from the rocket as you jump off with your parachute and your dozens of newly befriended dogs, and you likely will land perhaps as far away from the nuclear blast as the Sea of Tranquility is from the mountain of yesteryear's sorrows. Given all these factors, it does make sense that these dogs, some of them who have parachuted off, land on the moon and find themselves desperately in need of both warmth and air because it's so cold and there's not enough air there, right? So, first problem is solved by what? The nuclear blast that is far enough away not to harm them, but close enough to have a nice warming effect that persists all through the night to keep them from freezing to death. But what about the air, you may say, Eric? Well, one of the effects of the nuclear bomb was it created a crevice in the earth. And this crevice extended far beyond the range of the actual nuclear blast. So far, in fact, that the ground before where the dogs now stood was cracked open, and inside they saw an underground sea of water. They dove in there, not knowing what else to do, and swam downward. And sure enough, not that far under the lip of the water, there was an underwater cave that provided a pocket of good, clean, Earth-style air. And they took up residence there. Toby, who was sort of the self-appointed leader of the gangs, immediately said, "We're going to have to find something to eat, bark, bark." Fido, who sort of filled the role of foil or opposition leader, said, "I've got two objections. One, oughtn't we find water before food?" And of course, everybody jumped on him. "We just found water, idiot." And he was abashed for a moment. He said, "Okay, then, second question, fine. There is no food on the moon. What are we going to do?" and everybody began grumbling. And that's when they discovered that there wasn't much cat food or dog food on the moon, but there were a couple of small stores that did sell dog food. They were on the shore of the Sea of Tranquility. It was kind of a touristy spot, and the dog food was pricey, but dogs weren't very common on the moon. So they built themselves spacesuits out of moon rocks and went to purchase some food. When they got to the store, the only kind of dog food they had on the moon, the primary ingredient was either chicken or turkey or beef. But these dogs all only ate ocean caught whitefish as the flavor. Now, they had already experienced back on Earth that this was a very difficult flavor of dog food to find because for some reason, you can always find the salmon, you can always find the chicken, you can always find the duck, you can always find the turkey, you can always find trout even. What do you never find? What is like the last bag hidden behind every other bag? Ocean whitefish. Why? Because, of course, my kitty has to pick the most hard to find food to like. Okay, now, this, of course, is Octavia Silva I'm drawing here. And you'll be able, that's what all the O's are for. They stand for Octavia Silva. And she's saying, shut it! Like that. And she's got some blue lines on her pants like this. Oh my God, did you get a pair of blue line pants? Those are so stylish right now. Careful though with these Octavia Silva. I believe they are skinny jeans, which means they're going to be kind of hard to put on and feel kind of like, why are these pants so tight when you wear them? Fortunately, I'm pretty sure only dudes experience the other obvious discomforts that come along with them, like you can't bend over without cracking your nuts. Okay. Shut it, says Octavia Silva in her harshest tones. Shut it. Now, let's see about Leaf Trimmer. All right, Leaf Trimmer says, I've had just about enough of you and your womanly wrongness. Do you hear me? Just about enough of it, Missy. Okay. Now listen here. Um, I'm going to make you some luscious, luscious red lips for Leaf Trimmer. Because he seems like a kind of person who, if you were to really evaluate his lip quality, it would land somewhere between luscious and pouty. Okay. Now, for a nose. First of all, Now then. Well, we needed some. It takes two to tango. We need some angry eyes here as well. Looks more sad than angry, but let's give him a nice angry nose. That's an angry nose, you can tell. Now let's give him some angry hair. What color hair would be angry? I think I'm going to give you red hair to be angry. These little spiky red hairs. Yeah. Okay, so there's leaf trimmer. Let me sharpen a little bit here. I'm going to sharpen all of the things. I'm going to sharpen this little thing. If I need to do that, I'll just use my knife. I already lost my pencil sharpener. Of course. So, this arm's a little bit big. But you know, I think we can make this thing here part of a backpack, probably. Maybe he gets a cape too, I guess. That's how we'll do this. All right, so now we'll have to, now that he has a cape, we have to give his cape some sort of color, of course. Such as, well, I think perhaps the best color for his cape is, I'm going to go this color of blue for his cape. Nice, solid blue cape. As solid as Leaf Trimmer himself and his convictions. As solid as solid gold is solid in its goldenness. As solid as Supreme Court Justice Solis, whose name doesn't mean solid in Spanish, but might. What's her first name? Judy Solis? Prudy Solis? Prudence? So lease this car for just $99 a month? That's her first name? Solis is her first name. Okay, that's a nice cape leaf trimmer has. Yo, leaf be trimming. Okay, so these pants should be brown. That way, if leaf trimmer poops himself, it won't be so obvious. I'm not saying you're likely to poop yourself, leaf trimmer. I'm just saying if you do, best to do so in brown pants. Everybody poops themselves at least once in their life. I mean, like after being a baby. Unavoidable. There will come a time as an adult where you shit your pants. So that's why you should always wear brown pants. Now this shirt is clearly made of kind of arbitrarily random 80s architectural pattern. Like, aren't I Art Deco in the 1980s? No, you can't be Art Deco in the 1980s. And that shirt's just stupid. It's got just random lines on it. Hey, I like this shirt a lot. I bought it at Old Navy. Well, there's your problem. Never, ever shop corporate, bro. Don't sell out like that. You can only buy clothing from shops that you've never heard of before. So I always have to go to a new clothing store? That's the rule. If you shopped there before, it's just a dirty old whore. That's the saying. You keep saying these sayings are sayings, but I've never heard anybody say any of these sayings before the saying. If you're looking for a previous example, it's time you check yourself for bad samples. You know the old saying. Again, not an old saying as far as I can tell. I think they're just things you wish were true. You know the old saying, if Eric wishes it were true, I think you know what to do. But see, I don't know what to do as a consequence. So that old saying would clearly be wrong. No, because it says, I think you know what to do. It acknowledges that it doesn't know you know what to do. All right, good enough point on that one. But I really think you're sort of equivalent here on this whole matter. You know what they say? A man who doesn't quibble is a man who eats his kibble. You know, it's like not human, kind of a dog. You know the old saying. still not convinced these are old sayings. Still pretty sure that these are all your sayings. You know what they say about sayings? No, but I'm sure you're going to tell me. A saying is like a seance with praying. If you can't reach the dead, at least nod your head. Okay, that doesn't even make any sense at all. There's no takeaway from that. Yeah, it is. Nod your head. Were you not listening? Yeah, but there's no justification for the head nod. Look, it's not an exact science. Just go with it, okay? When I need to justify everything to you, what are you? Freaking interrogation squad? God, I hate this guy. Shut it! This is Octavio Silva, at leaf trimmer. Shut it, bro. Man. Why must your tits kill us all? There. There's a perfect example of an argument between Octavio Silva and Leaf Trimmer. I'll title it and sign it. Let's see, I'll title it Octavio the title. That's the signature. There you go. Masterpiece. 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 And an exact replica of a real argument between Octavio Silva and Leaf Trimmer. He didn't even say anything. She says, shut it. He's thinking, why must your tits kill us all? You know. Why must there be people who like Biden? Why must there be people who liked Biden for something apart from their Trump hate? I mean, it's like there are probably people who would have liked Biden if they thought it was relevant. I don't think anybody who liked Biden thought Biden's goodness was particularly relevant to the salient matter. For most people who don't like Trump, the salient matter was get Trump out. Biden was just the vehicle to do so. So by the time of the election, the most powerful sentiment in the country that definitely had majority support was get Trump out. Now, if you ask them, do you support Biden? They may or may not say yes. They may say, well, I'm going to vote for him. Or they may say, no, I don't like Biden. But if you ask them, what's more important to you, the quality of Biden or replacing Trump, everybody who voted for Biden would say the second thing. Almost none of them would say electing Biden is more important than getting rid of Trump. You're glaring. Kaylee Trimmer, you're glaring. You're not pointing, you're glaring. And I'll help you convey the glare with this. There, it says glare now. Okay, but the point, what's the point here, INTJ? So, yes, you could rebut his point, right? Boba Fett saying Biden fans don't exist. You could rebut the point, right? You could say, no, Biden fans do exist. But that would be playing into his hands because he's missing the central point. The most popular perspective going into that election was get rid of Trump. Now, anybody who had that perspective voted for Biden because they want, that's how you get rid of Trump. So what I'm saying is, even if it's the case that Biden had nobody who supported him, there was such a desire by people who oppose Trump to vote not Trump that it didn't matter. In other words, you don't always need to be popular, liked, competent, warm, anything good at all to win an election. You don't need to be any of those things. You don't need to be desirable to any voter. You just need to be less undesirable than the other guy. Which is exactly why and how Trump won the first election. Trump was never a desirable party for president. He never made any attempt to respect the fact that he's supposed to represent all the constituency, not just people he likes, right? He never made even the slightest attempt to behave in an appropriately presidential fashion regarding that matter. That's for sure. Nobody can dispute that. And so what I'm saying is, as a consequence, one thing we can know for sure is that whether or not we can find Biden supporters is an irrelevant matter to the question of whether or not it makes sense that Trump fairly lost the election. Because we've already explained the mechanism why that would be the case, right? Which is specifically that that people don't always vote for who they like. They often vote against who they don't like. So the point I'm trying to make is not that it's necessarily the case that Biden had no fans, or that, or even that it is necessarily the case that Biden had some fans, or anything like that. My point is, it's often the case that the best candidate for anything, whether it's a election or a hiring or something, will appeal strongly to one decision maker, and another candidate who has the opposite kind of skills will appeal strongly to a second decision maker. And in the end, they end up picking somebody who appeals not strongly to any decision maker because it's the only thing about which there's broad agreement that they don't feel strongly against them. So, Boba Fett says enthusiasm drives turnout, not hatred. Are you saying that people who strongly oppose Trump probably stayed home and didn't vote, or didn't do mail-in ballots? I'm sure there are a few Biden fans, okay, who voted for Biden because they love Biden. And they would have voted for Biden even against a decent Republican candidate. But what I'm saying is to explain the election legitimate, right? So if we wanted to look to start fresh, right? To start fresh from nothing and say the election just finished, Biden won the election. Where do we start? Leaf trimmer. When did I say a military man loved Biden? Okay, so what I want Legends Fall, Leaf Trimmer, and Boba Fett to do is to take a step back from what they think they already know, okay? And to go back to the beginning, blank slate. Right before the election, results are put out or votes are counted or anything. Say back in September. Now, September, October, if you are looking at the numbers, if you're looking at the approval rating of Trump, if you're looking at the disapproval rating of Trump, if you are checking out the differences between how the two elections played out, importantly. So, for example, in a normal election cycle, Trump would have had a lot more campaign airtime, and he might have been able to expose Biden's dementia. So, yeah, it's true. The Democrats, no doubt, controlled the flow of information very carefully. And, just like the Republicans, just like Trump, both sides were trying their hardest to win. Both sides do some shady shit sometimes. And this time, the Democrats' shady bullshit worked out better than the Republicans' shady bullshit. So, sure, yeah, of course the Democrats changed the way they did things in order to have a better chance of winning the election, as both parties do every election cycle. Okay? So it's important to remember that, but let's again, okay, if you want to have a real talk about this, let's go back before the election and look at the landscape. Okay? Now, if the election, if we were to say before the election, what's the most predicted outcome? what's the most logical outcome, the most reasonable outcome to predict here, based on what we know for sure without any question, which is just basically the broad demographics of the country. We may not know for sure without any question about this voting machine or that voting machine or anything like that. But we do know for sure the broad demographics of the country. And based on those, and based on polling and other stuff, we would conclude that if an election showed a Biden Electoral College win, and it showed he attained it by winning conventionally blue or purple states, that would be the most expected result and the least likely result to draw scrutiny for fraud. That's a reasonable interpretation of the landscape prior to the election. If you want to say that a reasonable interpretation of the landscape prior to the election would have suggested Trump was going to win, then you're not being honest about that pre-election landscape. So what was most likely to happen, assuming no hanky-panky, did happen. That doesn't prove there's no hanky-panky, but it makes me go, okay, well, no red flag yet to make me think I should check into this. And then, important, there was a claim of hanky-panky made by Trump before any evidence of wrongdoing emerged. So that's a red flag that there's almost certainly not hanky-panky. And it shows that Trump went into that election determined to challenge it if he lost, no matter what happened. Okay? Because otherwise, he wouldn't have said it was stolen before he had any evidence to present to people. So, because what he revealed there was that he believed it was stolen before he had reason to do so, which means he wants it to be stolen, not that it was, right? I mean, I haven't been wrong about anything I've said yet. So, in other words, if Trump were likely to be correct in his accusations about the election being stolen, then we would see a history of that. Okay. What we see is a history of him being wrong about the previous election, of him lying consistently about the size of his turnout in crowds. That's been proven definitively. He overstates the size of his turnout, right? Consistently. He's consistently understating or strawmanning the size, scope, significance, legitimacy of other people's positions. He's spending all of his time avoiding the same kind of discourse that would allow him to think better by using Twitter as a medium and avoiding press conferences and avoiding all accountability forums that allow the public to vet him, right? So naturally, we know right off the bat that we can't trust anything he says about it, especially when he comes out and makes the accusation without any substantiation. We know this is somebody who's attached to the conclusion, not to the truth. And unfortunately, if you're the president, you have an irrational power in some way to convince people of things that I know they otherwise would never be convinced of. Under normal circumstances, Legends Fall, you wouldn't be guilty of this kind of reaching, but you're really, really attached to this narrative and to this particular form of groupism. No, I mean, I've talked to you plenty before. I've not encountered this before from you. You're typically quite reasonable. I don't know what. That the election wasn't stolen? I was trying to walk you through the process of how to make determinations about questions like these. Okay, so it's like, how do you make determinations? And if you didn't go through some sort of process like this, then you need to check yourself and say, okay, this isn't a real conclusion. I haven't done the work. Yeah, Winston's mom is right. Trump was trying to control these narratives in his blunder-fisted SCFI way for a long time. And he kept running afoul of facts. He kept exaggerating shit. His explanations for how he was going to solve a problem were, we're going to get the best people in here to do it. But then he had more turnover than any president in history. So not only did he not get the best people, if he did get the best people, he couldn't retain them. No, you haven't done the work, Legends Fall. Remember, what does the work sound like? There's definitive proof that this individual, who is a foreign national, part of, with the following intended outcome, did access and hack and gain access to the files of Mia by way of Mia. And here's where those stolen files are, or here's the concrete evidence that's what was done here, right? Okay, so what you're saying is, Legends Fall, in the current status quo, they've got the thing so well set up that we can't draw decisive conclusions about it. In which case, we have to err on the side of no wrongdoing happened because it's not possible to prove any wrongdoing did. Right? So if in fact it's not possible to know the things that are necessary to know to draw a firm conclusion about this, then what is your responsibility? To not position it as a firm conclusion. The thing is, I hear good arguments from people periodically. I hear people give me good reasons when they make a claim. Sometimes when I ask people to explain their claim, justify it, they're onto something. And sometimes they're not. You keep saying, I haven't reviewed the evidence enough to know that. I mean, you haven't given me anything. All I've asked you for is a simple, compelling, concrete piece of evidence, that you can explain to me. That's convincing. Well, of course, Leaf Trimmer. The thing is, I'm criticizing Trump as the president, right? A president is not his policies. A president is his approaches, and the policies presumably are written by legislation. So when we're talking about a president, we're talking about whether or not they are a person of character. What does a person of character not do? For sure. How can we be absolutely certain that Trump is a scumbag and has no character? What's one way we can know that for sure? He assassinated an Iranian general in Iraq, violating millennia of protocols that that assassination is not an acceptable way to do statesmanship. So we both know now, he's a murderer. There's nothing else to call him. He's a murderous scumbag. That was not a legal killing. So, I mean, I don't want a murderer as president. You don't want a murderer as president, do you? If he's going to murder that guy, he might murder you. All he has to do is decide you're not in America's interest and he'll just murder you. Why are you so eager to defend a murderer? I mean, no, it's not. There are legal killings and non-legal killings. That assassination was the textbook definition of murder. There is no international or other legal justification for it. Period. Trump is a murderer in a way that makes American diplomats and officials more likely to be murdered going forward. There are good reasons why we have presidents who are supposed to respect and enforce the law, not treat themselves as though they were kings. Hambone, have you ever heard me defend Obama? Obama is a huge, big fucking liar. Obama went in with all this talk about respecting civil liberties, about ending extra legal killings, about closing Guantanamo Bay. How much did he do? Squat. What did he do instead? Create the worst of both worlds healthcare plan. It's like I said before, if you're going to go individual mandate, fine. Pair it with catastrophic healthcare coverage. That solves the actual problem it's supposed to solve and helps drive healthcare costs down in general. Instead, they did it the opposite fucking way. Have the individual mandate for low deductible health insurance. So it's like, I don't know what to say about it. It's just everybody continues to operate under a frame of reference that says none of this garbage is either really right or wrong. It's all just the compromise of weighing competing interests. You didn't give me a reason to look into. No, I said, so the disparities between election night totals and recount totals, switching of totals from Trump to Biden, literally switching them. Okay, so in other words, you're saying a hand recount of the ballots revealed more votes for Trump, right? Okay, so Georgia hand count of votes affirms Biden narrow victory over Trump. Trump picked up about 1,300 votes in the recount, which leaves Biden with a margin just over 12,000 votes. So in other words, Biden went from winning by 13,300 votes to winning by 1,200 votes. Yeah, but why did those votes get switched? Well, I'm not really sure what happened there, but you'll note that the purportedly gamed votes had no impact on the actual result. Okay, let's go to another state. Forensics tests completed on Dominion voting systems equipment show that dozens of votes cast for Donald Trump in Ware County, Georgia, were switched or flipped to count for Joe Biden, who was declared a winner. That's the claim. AP's assessment. False. A 37-vote difference between the results of an initial vote count and a hand recount in Ware County, Georgia, resulted from a human tabulation error that was quickly flagged and amended, according to Ware County Election Supervisor Carlos Nelson. There is no evidence for claims that Dominion voting machines switched or flipped votes in the 2020 election. A forensic audit of the Dominion voting machines used in the 2020 election in Georgia found no sign of foul play, according to the Georgia Secretary of State. The facts. Social media users are misrepresenting a minor error in a Georgia county's initial vote tally as evidence of local election fraud, even as local election officials confirm nothing is awry. Remember, everybody, remember this. The United States does not have federally run elections. No, that's AP. That was the Associated Press. Associated Press. Legends fall. Remember this. The United States does not have federally run elections. Who runs the elections in your neighborhood, Legends Fall? Your friends and neighbors. Who runs the election? My neighborhood, my friends and neighbors. Okay, all over the country, people are running elections in different ways. It is the case that some districts and some states have much more impact on the electoral college race, ultimately, because they're battleground states. And it is the case that it's possible to gain relatively small amounts of votes and shift the results of the election in the electoral college. Okay, so remember, AP here is citing a specific warrant, okay, and saying the tabulation error involved 37 votes. They quote Ware County Election Supervisor Carlos Nelson, who makes very clear that none of this bullshit happened. So if it happened, then we know here we've got one person who's in on the conspiracy. We've got Carlos Nelson. He's in on the conspiracy. Now, I'm getting this information from the AP, and according to Legends Fall, they're in on the conspiracy. How many people work for AP? How deep does this conspiracy go? Because when you interview local election officials who actually did the jobs and who are just random people like you and me, they're not telling your story. Are they all part of the conspiracy as well? I mean, Legends Fall, if you actually cared about this issue, if you actually cared about convincing me, instead of making vagaries like this, you would have answered or met one of my many possible criteria that I presented for you. Give me, for example, the only thing I know for sure is that you don't know why you believe this. If you did, you'd be able to explain it to me. So don't lie to yourself. Legends Fall. Say, I'm not sure why I believe this. I guess it's just I'm super attached to it. There's no reason to believe this. Don't lie to yourself. You can lie to me, fine. But don't lie to yourself. Acknowledge to yourself that you don't have a reason to believe this. You don't know why you believe this, yet you do anyway. Wrestle with that. Come to terms with that. What does that mean? Think about it. Metacognate. If you knew why you believed it, you'd be able to tell me why. Instead of pointing to evidence without explaining why. You know, what is the smoking gun? What is the thing that is determinate, not just indicative. I mean, if you show an NI fourth person a cloud that looks like a meteor, they're going to run away and go, we're about to be hit by a giant asteroid. It is time for you to recognize the limits of your weak fourth slot NI and either provide a genuine reason or go, okay, I get it. I've overbelieved in this, and I need to step back from my NI and acknowledge that there are higher standards to meet before I ascribe ascribe something as valuable as belief to something as flimsy as this nonsense I'm spewing. In what scenario can I become my own grandpa? I'd have to impregnate my own daughter, I guess. What's not an argument? Yes, it is. My argument is, since you can't tell me why you believe it, you don't have a reason to believe it, and I have no reason to listen to you further about it. If you really had a reason to believe it, you would be able to explain it to me. If you had a reason that you understood as to why you believe this, you would be able to explain the reason to me. No, it's not my NI is better. I'm sending you a very straightforward criterion. People who understand why can explain it. Why do I have to poo so bad right now? Because I just took a laxative earlier. That's an explanation. I know why I have to poo so bad right now. You're saying you know why you have to poo so bad right now. And I ask you why, and you don't know. You don't know why. You just keep saying you do. Suppose you marry a widow with a grown-up daughter, and your father marries the widow's daughter. My dad has a child with my stepdaughter. That would be very weird. I don't know what relationship that would be. Would it be my granddaughter, brother, sister, or whatever? Grand sister? I don't know. It's your half brother because your father is the father. But it's not your biological child, but it's your stepchild. And so if your father it's your stepchild pregnant, then the child she has is your grandchild, but also your half brother or sister. It's your step grandchild, but really it's your half sister that's also the father-in-law of your girlfriend, assuming your father gets married to the stepdaughter. That'd be a very complicated love arrangement. That's a complicated love triangle, right? That's a sort of love triangle that makes the magic of manga possible. Now, the widow's daughter is your mother, since your mother's mother is your wife, and your wife's is also your grandmother. My wife's my wife's her own child's grandmother because I'm her own child's grandfather by virtue. I'm sorry. Okay, look. Let's call them. So the lady that I'm dating in this story is Abby. Her child is Betty, and Betty's child is Charlene. Okay. Dad is dad. So I'm dating Abby. We're not having any kids. Abby already has a kid by another person unrelated. My dad gets with Abby's kid. They have a child. That's Charlene. Okay. Now, Charlene, in that instance, is my half sister, but she's also my step grandchild. Now, additionally, my father is my son in law and also my wife's son in law. And Charlene then is my dad's child, my half sister, and my step granddaughter. And it's it's Abby's actual granddaughter and Betty's daughter. And since Betty's daughter is my sister, that makes Betty my mother. Betty's my dad's wife? Oh, yeah, it means, but so since Charlene's my sister, that makes Betty my mother. Since Charlene's Betty's kid, but Betty's also it's also my daughter, stepdaughter. So look, when you have what's my A girl's name? Abby, Betty, and Charlene as the three women involved here, as the 3-generation women. You got Abby as my wife, but Betty is the mother of my sister, which means Betty's also my mother. So Betty's mother is Abby. So I'm not only Betty's husband, I'm not only Abby's husband, I'm also Betty's father. And when Betty gets with my father, then she becomes my mother. And when she has a child, that becomes my sister, Charlene. But because Betty is Abby's child and I'm Abby's husband, that makes Charlene my grandchild as well. So there's a lot of Hallmark cards being passed around. Why leave Charlene out of it? Charlene's always being left out. It's not fair. You're going to give her a complex. Okay, I keep imagining Rachel sitting over there in that chair. It's just a blanket. Listen, This is what I want you to do. Everybody who's yelling at me or disagreeing with me or saying stuff about elections or whatever, let it go. Just, I know you're super attached to this notion of those meows did meow, but try just letting it go and listening to Eric for a while. You know, just for shits and giggles. Well, just for shits and giggles, try listening to me for a bit. Okay, but I still can't believe you're not responding to what I say. If you're saying you will be proven right, you're acknowledging that you don't have a good reason to believe it yet, and it's just your instincts. And you're saying, you should trust my instincts, my intuition. Okay, you've not given any reason so far that I've read. Let me see. Okay, so right. So this is a trick that you're susceptible to. If I put next to each other a lot of stuff that tells the same story, I can create the illusion of a case. It's not a case at all, right? Because because we know what it looks like when it's done right. That's the thing. You know what it looks like when it's done right. When it's done right, they go, okay, let's do an analysis of this thing. Let's be open-minded and do an analysis of it. You know, if you were blithely going along, perfectly comfortable with the election results, assuming the Biden won fair and square, and then came across a piece of evidence that made you go, holy shit, maybe this election was stolen, then that correlates with maybe I should take you seriously. Legends fall. That didn't happen, right? You knew it was stolen before you saw any piece of evidence, right? Right? You were committed to the narrative that it was stolen before the results were even in, without any evidence at all of behavior completed. You were already committed to the idea that if he lost, it was stolen. Is that or is that not correct? No. Legends fall. I'm not trying to determine whether you're right, okay? We know you don't have enough to say you're right. That's not in any dispute. What I'm trying to get at is where in this process are you falling aside from where you ought to be in the process? So you're saying, no, you began this thing blithely assuming, of course, the election's not fixed, until something pounded you in the face and you're like, oh, wait, maybe it is fixed. Because, of course, the only conclusion to draw based on the information prior to the election and the outcome from the election is there's no reason to be suspicious, right? So you definitely, based on just the basics of what came out of the election, walked out of the election not suspicious at all, right? Until someone presented you with a powerful piece of evidence that made you go, okay, maybe I'm wrong about this. That's what happened, right? No, that's not what happened. Is it? If two things are happening, you continue to insist a position is right even if you can't prove it. And 2, you can't explain why you believe that. Then 3, you are just being driven by attachment to the idea, not by anything else, right? Look here. See how unhappy you look in this picture? No, I know that's not you, Legends Fall. Let's just pretend it was. Pretend Leaf Trimmer is you, okay? See how unhappy you look? See how unhappy this lady looks right here? Why is this lady so unhappy? Because she's tired of hearing about the election being stolen. It's like, shut it. It's like, Jesus, dude. Why don't you wait until the results of an election are surprising rather than completely unsurprising before you start going crazy with the conspiracy this, conspiracy that? If you think the results of the election, Biden winning, were surprising at all, then you had misconceptions about Trump's popularity going in. Okay, so Legends Fall. So you think you were surprised. In other words, you're convinced that if all the eligible voters in America voted and all their votes were counted perfectly honestly, and maybe even there's very high voter turnout rate, let's say 90%. Are you honestly saying that if that had happened, you could guarantee that had happened, that you believe Trump would have come out the winner? That if you could guarantee 90% voter turnout and count every vote yourself, that that given that circumstance, you would put money down that Trump would be the winner. I mean, I'm asking you this question for a reason, though, right? Do you believe that if the election had been run completely fairly, and you could guarantee that ahead of time, that the smart money was on Trump? Or is that what you're saying to me? Okay. So that's first step of where you're wrong. Okay. So had the election, if we could both guarantee the election was run completely fairly, then it was more likely that Biden would have won than Trump. In a hypothetical election where we have perfect guarantees that everything's fair. Before that election began, if you had the odds in Vegas, it would have been in favor of Biden. Maybe not by a huge margin, but by a decent margin. Most people who didn't feel strongly as though they had a horse in the race and assess the situation could see that Trump wasn't going to muster enough groundswell of support from his rabid faithful on election day to outweigh the tsunami of anti-Trump sentiment that had been growing. So for every person who's irrational in their willingness to believe Trump, even though he's a well-established pathological liar and has no respect for words or the truth or justifications himself, but you nevertheless are fanatically devoted towards believing him, even before any possible evidence of the crime could have been presented. He was claiming it was stolen. And you were believing him. Even though any person who looked remotely objectively at his presidency would say, no matter how much they loved him, the man is not a good, it is not a good idea to rely on what he says as being true. That he is very frequently either actively dishonest, badly misrepresenting things, or conveniently using certain justifications in this moment, the exact opposite justification when it suits his needs in another moment. So, I mean, nobody would say that this is a man who ought to be believed, right? I'm in the process, David Sanderson. As I was saying earlier, the slabs are moving. I'm going to get my teeth fixed tomorrow. That's kind of an important factor. It's really slowed me down in the last month or so. I've been kind of battling this on and off again, tooth infection and pain and so forth. But I'm going to the dentist tomorrow. That's an important step. I've got a number of steps I need to get done here in February as I move forward. I got one thing on my list done. I got a haircut. I got my teeth on the schedule tomorrow. That may take a few visits. I'm not sure. And another thing on my list is to get a suit. And another thing on my list for this month to make sure I get done this month is to finish setting up the channel for the presidential candidacy and the website. Since I got the URL, I'm going to have to get some server space. That's my list of things to do this month. It's a meetable list of goals. There may be other things I do as well, but if I get all those things completed, then I will be ready to have a formal launch on March 1st. So, as indicated, I've sort of begun in earnest the processes of running this campaign in February. And a little earlier in February, I guess, than I thought I would even. I've started talking more about politics. I've started trying to correct people who say crazy shit because they're so angry about the result. You know, I guarantee you if Trump had won the election, Legends Fall would have put zero energy into proving that Trump had stolen it, because Legends Fall isn't really interested in whether or not the election was stolen. He just doesn't like the fact that Trump lost. I do think this is an exception, Legends Fall. I guarantee you would not be screaming that Trump stole the election if he had won. Right? You wouldn't look into it at all. You'd be shitting on anybody who made the possible suggestion that Trump had stolen it. You would say, Legends Fall. You're saying if Trump had won, you'd be just as interested in doing detective work as to how Trump stole it? Is that really what you're telling me? Okay, so how did you come to think that Biden stole it? I mean, was it a conclusion you were reluctant to draw? Was your first response, no, that's ridiculous? You had to be convinced? I don't think so. I'm not buying it, really. Right. You came out suspicious right off the bat. But I mean, look, the whole election was fucked up and of limited significance. It wasn't a regular election cycle. There weren't any campaign gatherings. The candidates didn't really engage with the American people much during the campaign, right? There's no disputing the fact that the campaign hid as best it could Biden's dementia, and that had Biden's dementia been subject to more public scrutiny, that Trump would have had a much better chance of winning the election. The Democrats did a lot of smart, skeevy shit to win this election. But that's politics. That's not the same thing as election fraud. Well, I agree with you, Nicholas Watson, but that didn't help Trump. Trump didn't need people to see Trump. Trump needed people to scrutinize Biden. Because the only possible reason Trump could and maybe should have won the election is because Biden has dementia. He's not qualified for the election. Okay, well, I mean, look, Legends Fall. Trump has made it such that you and I are at each other's throats, even though we generally see each other's eye. See eye to eye, right? Trump's made it so that people who oppose things that are genuinely bad, like ridiculous identity politics, attempts to limit people's speech and stuff, takes people who have good instincts and he runs them through the meat grinder for himself. You know, Trump's like a prosecutor of politicians. So what do prosecutors do? They take other people and they convert part of those other people's lives into their own career gain. Well, if I can get this guy for 10 to 12, that's going to look good on my resume. My primary concern is getting the harshest penalty and the best deal from a prosecutor's perspective. And I don't give a fuck about this person at all and anything about justice, only that I apply maximal pressure. I will threaten to charge him with everything from simple assault to terrorism in order to get him to cop a plea, even if he's not guilty. This is like the textbook evil prosecutor, right? Well, Trump's the prosecutor of politicians. He doesn't care about Legends Fall. He doesn't care about Leaf Trimmer. He doesn't care that he's using up their credibility. He's using up their political idealism for his own personal shit. You know, he doesn't care what happens to the people he riles up with this nonsense. He's not a responsible person. He never felt responsible for the country. He certainly never felt responsible for the part of the constituency that opposed him. And you can see at the end of the day, he's willing to shit on people who support him too. He wants to drag everybody who supports him down with him, down to the bottom of wrongness ocean. And, I shouldn't be so mad at you guys. I should be continuing to hammer the fact that this man is evil. No, it's not. It's not biased and emotional. Look, if you are still clinging to Trump's narratives and flying the Trump flag, he doesn't care about you. If he did care about you, he'd say, promote yourselves as reasonable, better thinkers. I can see this election. Listen, we will demonstrate what it is to behave correctly. I don't have sufficient cause to challenge it, therefore I will concede it. I've made my legitimate court challenges. They failed, therefore I lost. I concede. And like any decent statesman, I call upon all my supporters to respect the legal, legitimate processes of this citizen democracy regarding elections. The one thing that America can point to and be proud of that has always occurred is even when we impeach a president, even when someone goes out kicking and screaming, the transition of power is peaceful, the transfer of power. It is always the case that in a democracy, when power is transferred peacefully, it's a success. In this case, you may claim that some shady business somehow overturned a very unlikely Trump win and turned it into a Biden win unfairly, that there were some parties colluding. You'll never be able to find the smoking gun, but there's so much circumstantial evidence that you can waste all your time you want doing that. And the reason you were doing that is because Trump doesn't care about you at all. He's not worried about the country. He's not worried about his constituents. He's not worried about his supporters. He doesn't give a fuck about anybody but himself. Legends fall. There it is again. Legends fall. What you say right there is proof positive. Trump doesn't give a fuck about anybody but himself. He doesn't care about you. He's laughing at you. You're just another pawn for him to walk over on his way to fucking golfing. He's an evil, bad person because he's encouraging you to do this shit. You haven't made a single cogent point. You've pointed me to lots of meh. You've not answered my point about the fact that it's at least as probable that Biden would win in a purely guaranteed, perfectly honest election as Trump. At least as likely. You haven't acknowledged the fact that huge swaths of the country hate Trump. You haven't acknowledged the fact that all up and down the West Coast, for example, you see way more get rid of Trump signs than you do pro-Biden or pro-Trump signs. You haven't addressed any of these fundamental demographic realities that suggest the outcome is not suspicious, that it's to be expected. You haven't addressed anything I've said. That's what's so concerning. It's not like you're answering me, and yet you're persisting in what you're saying as though it weren't answered. At a certain point, that starts sounding like nah. You're just not interested in hearing me. Like, if you won't even concede that the result in and of itself isn't fishy at all, that it was to be expected that Biden would win. If you can't even concede that, then you're definitely not dealing with the question like an adult. There has to be something extra because there's nothing inherently fishy about what happened. It's about what we would have expected. So if you can concede that and then say, yes, I agree, there's nothing on the surface fishy about this, but I think actually there's enough concrete evidence to show that despite the fact that intuitively it doesn't resonate as having been stolen, the concrete evidence and the indisputably well-reasoned deductions establish that the preponderance of the evidence suggests you support this position or something, right? But remember, even though I believe it's more likely a lab release is the source of COVID, I'm not advocating that indicates anything. I'm not saying, and therefore you should meow, or therefore we should meow. So I've heard you advocate things about how we need to instill the proper President Trump in there, right? But you've not actually been able to establish that the election was stolen. So now you're jumping multiple guns and you're really running afoul of some significant harms of Trump's bad behavior. Because remember, Trump is using you. He's taking advantage of your gullibility and doesn't care what happens to you. Whether you get arrested for rioting, whether you get tossed through the meat grinder here for your dumbass words, he doesn't give a fuck about you at all. He's happily inciting people, not worrying about the outcomes to those people. Happily feeding disinformation and lies, not worrying about how people like me need to clean it up later. What makes me so angry at him? It's like I have to do a lot more work now because of his failure to demonstrate how to think properly. Legends fall. Too much skepticism is a form of gullibility. Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. Okay, yeah, I'm done right now. I'm done talking about this shit. People are going to be wrong. People are wrong about all kinds of shit, you know. Who's George Soros? It's my brother. Did I not mention that before? George Soros is one of my brothers. Bill Gates is one of my other brothers. And Oprah is my sister. My parents had 4 children. Oprah, Bill Gates, George Soros, and me. Needless to say, I'm a huge disappointment. Nicholas Watson, you obviously don't get it, right? You don't get it. I'm for truth, justice, reason, erring on the side of caution with our claims. How is George Soros using me? You think David Berlinski's an idiot? Why? What makes you think he's an idiot? I mean, there are people who spew word salad. Are you not able to tell the difference between word salad and real intellectualism? How is George Soros using me, though? It's funny because people will make a statement like, George Soros is using you. And I'll say, how? And they'll say, because he's a sheep, you're a sheep. That doesn't explain how. I know who George Soros is. I don't think he's a devil. I'm pretty sure he's a Greek shipping magnate. George Soros is the greatest trick the devil ever made. The devil really needs to work on his creativity. George Soros is a little bit two-dimensional as a villain, I guess. No, I for sure can say, but David Berlinski leaves little to take away from, and I disrespect that. What do you mean he leaves little to take away from? Like, these vague statements. Can you give me some sort of example of something David Berlinski said that you felt was either banal, obvious, wrong, not insightful, something? George Soros is Jewish, and he has been ordered executed and by Israel if he ever goes back there. I mean, okay, what's all this fixation with George Soros? Like, so George Soros funds political movements that you don't like, right? Is that the problem with him, Nicholas Watson, leaf trimmer? Yeah, I know who George Soros is. I'm not playing dumb or anything. I assume you know I know who George Soros is. Okay, so why are you bringing him up, though? I don't understand. I mean, I think it's generally a bad idea to give money to political candidates other than me. So obviously, I don't approve of George Soros giving money to a lot of political candidates because I don't think there are any political candidates in general good enough to deserve to get money. Okay, so what do you want me to say about this person? George Soros funds Black Lives Matter. That means George Soros is likely agenda-driven, and agenda-driven politics is bad. Just like your fixation on George Soros suggests you're agenda-driven, and agenda-driven politics are bad. So what's your point? So what's your point? What do you want me to say about George Soros? What do you want me to say about him? George Soros is bad? What's your point? There is no point. Were you under the impression that I'm a member of the George Soros fan club and wanted to convince me I should rescind my membership? So you're oh, I get it. You guys are problem admiring. George Soros is using me. How? Remember, if in fact George Soros is using me, he's using me in some way. The second time I've asked you to explain how George Soros is using me. I don't feel used by George Soros. I've never even met the guy. Never spoken to him. Why do you think I'm being bamboozled by George Soros. What makes you think I'm making the advocacies George Soros wants to hear? I don't even know what they are. No, Eric, because you know better than anyone, because you are better than anyone, and because you make everyone aware of it at any given moment. No, what? You're saying no to what exactly? And how does that thing that you just said warrant anything? What narrative of George Soros's am I parroting? But then tell me the narrative that I'm parroting. What is the narrative that I am parroting? I mean, the funny thing is, I'm not really asking for much. I'm not holding you to a high standard at all. Like, I don't doubt that I have some narratives that match George Soros's. I'm not even just, I think this is easy to prove. I'm sure there's something I said that's consistent with something George Soros said. So I'm not even asking for, okay, so the anti-Trump narrative, there's no need to fund an anti-Trump narrative. He's lost the election already. If Biden funds a think tank to keep pushing this election fraud bullshit because he knows it makes his opposition look crazy, and you continue to look into the matter on your own, independent of his funding, does that mean you are working for Biden unknowingly? Or maybe you just agree with him, right? So, like, I don't, I have no respect for AOC, but her comments about Margarine Green or whatever her name was were actually kind of on point. So it's like we have to embrace our responsibility to judge every argument, every position on its merit, and to not conflate a person with a position. Okay? Just because Hitler liked clean roads doesn't mean clean roads are bad. These are very basic things we need to start mastering before we can get into more successful thinking. Well, sure. I mean, but the difference is I agree with people who say Trump did a terrible job as president. And I recognize that those who say the election was stolen have failed to make the case that it was, and that their persistence in attempting to continue to say they're right and make the case is indicative of people who are not motivated by the right kind of discursive directionality or intention. And so if that makes George Soros happy, good for George Soros. If it makes Dianne Feinstein happy, good for her. You know, it's like I'm not afraid to be right in a way that makes a wrong person happy. You know, that's okay. There are a lot of people who or hold a given position for the wrong reason. In my position, they're wrong. So if you say, yeah, I believe murder is wrong. I believe murder is wrong because it gets blood on your clothes. Well, that's the wrong reason why murder is wrong. So if I win an argument that murder is wrong, I'm going to make the enemy happy. In other words, what's the worst thing that can happen? Is somebody disagree with you is fine, but somebody agree with you for the wrong reason. That's the worst thing that can happen, because then instead of being appropriately an enemy on the other side, they turn into a saboteur, a well-intentioned saboteur, because their failure to argue well makes your side of the case look bad. You know what I'm saying? So it's actually more important that you don't, for example, Legends Fall, you have a responsibility to say, okay, there's some reason to believe that maybe there was actually interference in this election, believe it or not, even though the results are consistent with what we expected and everything. And the reason is because this one specific element here, I thought of all the possible other ways to explain it. I just can't explain it away. The rest of these things seem like bullshit. Like, this is definitely bullshit. This is definitely bullshit. Have you gone through the various reasons they provide and eliminated the ones that were bullshit? They're not necessarily all bullshit, right? But definitely much of that video was full of bullshit. So is your approach to it, let's see if there's anything in here that's not bullshit. And do you, in the process, recognize when, even if they're right, they're the enemy because they're making a bad argument? If not, you're not doing it right. And when you don't follow the processes of baking a cake correctly, the cake doesn't turn out right. It's a process-driven phenomenon. But see, Nicholas Watson, instead of telling me that, say, this is what the polls looked like beforehand. This was Biden's lead in terms of the popular and polling. This was Biden's projected lead in terms of electoral and polling. These were the various polling agencies. Now, if they're similar in their results, you're going to then have to argue they colluded with each other. Before you know it, you've got a pretty big conspiracy going on. And at that point, your own bullshit meter should start to go off. You know? No, I listen, Nicholas Watson, there are an area of publications that you really don't have to worry about being politicized in general. You need to use Google Scholar, okay? So most of the argumentation level stuff that makes it into just random Google news sources like New York Times, mainstream media stuff, or alt media stuff, or whatever, all of those things are already pre-rendered for you. You know, it's like the data's been accessed by somebody else who's explained it to the reporter who's written it in the article. When we go to the actual studies and stuff on Google Scholar and read the methodologies, we can make a lot of determinations about whether or not the reporters have made good conclusions. So I demonstrated this when I debunked the notion that the lab release hypothesis was a wild conspiracy. How did I debunk that? Note the difference between how I correctly debunk something and you incorrectly attempt to prove your wishful thinking, okay? The way I debunked it is I looked at all the warrants. I collected the warrants that were being made, which is to say the justifications various parties were offering to explain their conclusion, namely that this was a wild conspiracy, that was a lab release. The interesting thing was, in multiple instances across mainstream media outlets, they all had the same reason. And it all sourced back to the same two scientists who said their warrants for those two scientists were clear. Warrant number one was that the virus was 96% similar to a bat virus, and that indicated it was from a natural source. And number two, most importantly, that the way this virus became contagious is so novel that no human engineer would think of it as a strategy to modify a virus. Okay, those were the actual two warrants given. So that's when you go to Google Scholar and you look into percentage matches of viruses and certainty regarding their source. And you look into how specifically we establish whether a virus has a natural source. When we have established it's a natural source, what are the indicators that are consistent every time that happens? And you discover that every time that happens, we're able to identify the animal from which it came, a specific species. Now, that's not the case here. Okay, now we've done some actual intellectual work, right? You see how different the intellectual work I've done there is than what you're doing? You see how vastly different it is? No, what didn't happen? The mainstream media wasn't lying. They weren't falsifying anything. Those two scientists did say that. Those were the initial two scientists quoted. Lazy reporters naturally just followed their lead, quoted those same two scientists. If you read, eventually, other scientists responded to them and said, hold on a second, 96% is not close at all. And then I made the argument successfully that just because you aren't creative, you're going to project onto every other scientist that they aren't creative or intuitive either. Nobody could have come up with this good idea. Is a stupid fucking warrant, right? So that's called how to think. Collect the actual warrants that people are using to justify their conclusions. Test those warrants on both sides. Don't assume that anything that is evidence for the other side must be lies by the mainstream media. That's a trap of bad thinking you're going to keep falling into. You have to be smarter than that. So it takes a deft mind, good intuition, and rigorous introverted thinking to correctly distinguish between actual sort of hidden truths and pretend bullshit hidden truths. There are some actual hidden truths, but you have to be an expert at finding them like me. I mean, look, I argue unpopular positions on a lot of different things, but every single one of those was checked, double checked, triple checked, quadruple checked to make sure that in fact everybody really was wrong about this. You haven't done that work. You're not looking to be right, first and foremost. Your goal is not to surprise people with the correct argument when everybody thinks the wrong thing. That's my goal. Your goal is to get so that everybody hates Biden more and loves Trump more and feels injustice and stomps their foot more like you are. It's just dumb. You got to be detached about this shit, for God's sakes. No good comes from letting your emotions control your decision-making process, letting your emotions control your evaluating process. It's all bad comes from that. You need to prioritize being objective and correct above any agenda, team affiliation, or whatever else you got going on. I mean, I point out the fact that by all objective metrics, the man is a murderer, cold-blooded murderer. You just slide right over that. Don't say anything about it. Don't respond to it. Just continue on. The cold-blooded murderer. Case closed, cut and dry. There was no legal justification for that assassination. That makes it murder on his order. Why are you defending a cold-blooded murderer? I don't know. I'm not defending Teddy Kennedy, though. You are defending Trump. So if it's wrong to defend cold-blooded murderers, as you indicate there, then why don't you apply the same standard to yourself? I've made the point multiple times. It's gone unresponded. Isn't that enough? The president's a cold-blooded murderer, a criminal who deserves either life imprisonment or the death penalty for the severity of his crime. Isn't that enough? But would it take for him to be disqualified from being president? Would it require him to have a extensive serial rape history? How about a habit of knocking off banks? Would that qualify him for the presidency? I'm not defending anyone's bad behavior, Nicholas Watson. You are. If, in fact, those behaviors are bad, why are you defending Trump? If I say, Trump murdered that guy, and you go, yeah, well, Bernie Madoff stole a bunch of people's money, that's not a response to Trump murdered that guy. It's also the case that the Virgin Mary got impregnated without a penis being put in her. What's your point? My point is you're defending Trump and he's a murderer. Your point is, well, these other guys were bad too. Well, did you defend them too? My point is, if you're defending Trump's bad behavior by pointing to the bad behavior of other presidents, then you must have defended their bad behavior too, right? And so what you're saying is you want a president who behaves badly. And you will always defend their behavior no matter how shady it is. Is that what you're saying? I do not consent at all to the way that Hambone was directing himself towards me. I don't think you need to consent to Hambone's chatting at you in the chat. That your presence here in and of itself conveys that you consent to be spoken about in this forum. If any of you guys want to consensually violate my innocence right now, go for it, but make it quick. My dad's going to be home soon. Look, there's no non-consensual engagement in the chat, or all engagement in the chat is non-consensual. In other words, just as you can't expect everybody in the chat to raise their hand until you call on them, so too can't they expect you to raise your hand and wait to be called upon. These are the reciprocities of justice. Sing their praises. Hallelujah, reciprocities of justice. Hallelujah, reciprocity. Foundation of fairness, equality. That what's good for you is not good for me. But if I help you some, perhaps you'll help me. Such is the essence of reciprocity. Hi, guys. You want to have a reciprocity party? I'll say something nice to, let's Morge and I'll demonstrate. It can be nice, or it doesn't have to be. It could be encouraging, it could be stern. Let's start with something nice. Hey, Morge, I really like your haircut. Now he's going to practice reciprocity. Go ahead, Morge. Reciprocate. Reciprocate with a banal compliment. He's failing. He's failing to fulfill his reciprocal burdens. You lose. You lose by a lot. By like 50 points. You lose like the Chiefs lost to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That's not reciprocating. No. More, you got it wrong. Sky Gear, help him out. Demonstrate for me. You demonstrate reciprocity, okay? Hey, Sky Gear. I really like the gallant way in which you're gallant about others trolling. Now you go. You go. Reciprocate. Nicholas Watson says, you want an emotion? Here it is. All your music sounds like stupid niche crap you grew up listening to, and it sounds about as original as claiming you invented water. Well, I certainly didn't invent songs or music or playing the guitar. There's nothing really original about a guy playing the guitar and singing a song. You know? One of the beautiful things about it, it's timeless, you know? You don't have to. Well, it's like Horse Mumber said the other day. Eric, a lot of times you're better without all the bells and whistles, you know? When I was younger, it seemed that everything gleamed. Don't know what happened to me, but I've lost that sense of urgency, and I don't think that I'll ever see it again. And yeah, if you follow my lead, you'll discover I'm loster than you. And you won't know the way to get back at you whenever it was you thought you knew. And tomorrow will be just like today. I'll be lost then too. It's a matter of mood as much as a matter of will. And the things I do and the direction I point to still seem a part of me, though departedly. And I wonder if I'll ever see them again. See, the thing that's interesting is I really don't think I ever listened to anything like that, really. Well, I can recall. I listened to all kinds of different stuff, you know. My music, some of it, to the extent that it's too original, it fails, you know. Archetypal stuff is a unique instance of a familiar reality, you know. You're not well served to be too creative. I vote blue no matter who, just like a sheep. What in the world makes you think I vote for Democrats? Like, yeah, I mean, I don't understand. I seriously don't. So, yeah, it's interesting. A lot of songs I began writing, or especially when I was early in my songwriting, turned out to be country songs, even though I never listened to country music. Interestingly. Come from New York City and to Florida. Come from old Chicago down to Florida way. And I never left the place I love, 'cause I was out the door. And I'm one half step from Utah, 2 miles from Idaho. So when you ask me, darling, do I have a trucker's voice? Well, I got to tell you, darling, from my head down to my toes. I drive all night and I drive all day, through beyond by the end of the week. And I gotta tell you, baby, things are looking mighty bleak. Nicholas is calling me a sheep in wolf's clothing, or more specifically, a crypto liberal. I mean, Nicholas Watson, wouldn't you want to ask me questions about my policies before you conclude what box I should be in? Because my position on Trump's criminality is not a policy, right? It's an accurate interpretation of what happened. He committed murder and a good reason to find him a morally reprehensible person. No, nothing to have any problem with there. So now, if you want to know what my policies are, if you wanted to determine what my politics are, you would ask me about my stance on various policies, how I would fulfill the office of the presidency, or some other relevant consideration. What's your stance on the death tenant policy? I don't know what the death tenant policy is. If you mean the stance on the death penalty, I'm opposed to it. My stance on abortion, I would be broadly described as pro-life. What is my belief in social programs? Well, I would say that in-kind benefits are always counterproductive. That to the extent that social programs attempt to provide anything that the free market can provide with taxpayer dollars, you have a double negative consequence. I think it's important to remember that when taxpayer dollars are redistributed in some fashion or another, no matter what the fashion is, there's some degree, and it varies depending on how it's done, of you might call breakage. It's like the total number of tax dollars that get converted back into services or something is subject to loss, as some of it has to pay for the institutions and bureaucracies associated with it. I think broadly that the federal government is taking on too large of a scope of both jurisdiction and responsibility, and that should be constrained somewhat in general. What's my position on the death penalty? I'm opposed to it. I'm opposed to it because it denies the primacy of the courts. So in other words, in the United States, the courts are supposed to have primacy over the issue of punishments and criminalities and things like that, right? But the death penalty removes from the courts the capacity to continue to oversee this criminal matter. And we all know that it's possible to bring new evidence of actual innocence and be released from prison, and it's happened on multiple occasions. So that's why we preserve the court's capacity to continue to oversee matters of criminality, law, incarceration, and so forth. Because death removes that jurisdiction from the court, it's inherently unconstitutional because it deprives the courts of their constitutionally afforded jurisdiction. The thing is, not only have you never heard that argument before, not only have I never heard that argument before, I just thought it up right now. But it's the best argument. Those are always the best arguments. So do you see how I sidestep and disallow you to turn it into a team thing, right? You see how my approach to it disallows you from turning it into a team thing? If you continue to want to turn something into a team thing, that means you're thinking wrong. You're not thinking well about politics. If you keep wanting to put me in a certain box and you're sure that you'll finally know what you think about me when you put me in that box, you are not thinking properly about politics. I know. Well, I'm here to break that apart. I'm starting with people like you. So what do you think of my policy responses? Do you have any more policy questions? I'd be happy to answer them all in detail. Do you note, though, how because I'm an intelligent statesman, I correctly pick the best reason to oppose the death penalty? And it's not even a reason I've ever heard before or thought of before. I'm pretty impressed with this one. It doesn't happen very often. Did I come up with a new argument anymore? Not that often. For something as fundamental as the death penalty, I have not come up with a new argument for the death penalty in decades, actually. This is my first new argument on the death penalty, and it's fucking kick ass. Okay, what is your policy? Remove unnecessary troops from the Middle East and other parts of the world, increase them in those parts of the world. Remove them. Remove them to the extent that it's possible without completely forsaking the responsibility we unfortunately incurred upon ourselves by unnecessarily blowing shit up over there. So I'm not going to be instant, automatic, full pullout, but I'm going to be very much inclined towards that. And any American soldier gets killed is going to make me go, okay, fuck you people, and I'm going to pull us all back. So I do not want us killing people that we are not at war with. And I don't want other people killing us. So the thing is this. The weird thing to remember is we never kill the only people that we are really legally empowered to kill, seems like. Who are we legally empowered to kill? Trivia question. Who are we actually legally empowered to kill internationally? Yeah, good mother. I'd be happy to debate you anytime. All you got to do is come in here and say, I'm ready to debate right now. And I'm almost certain to be ready to go. But the ball's in your court, not mine. Well, okay. Yeah, but in a status quo, without any imminent threats, who are the people we can legally kill? Enemy combatants. Okay, who comprises enemy combatants that we can legally kill? The answer is North Koreans. We're still at war with North Korea. We can do whatever we want to North Korea. We are engaged in an ongoing state of war with them. Nobody ever undeclared that war. What's my policy on world policing? I'm not interested in dealing with countries that are not currently successful democracies. Okay, look, it's to inspire me to look into it. Look, I have a finite amount of time to spend on research and shit. But anyway, my policy on policing, world policing, quote unquote, is the only circumstances in which we should really get involved are circumstances where you have a very clearly, 5 hours is wow. You have a very clearly defined, unified Western democracy that's under threat from China, for example, we want to make it clear that we're not cool with the slow, coercive, but bloodless takeover of Taiwan, for example. So I'm much less interested in helping fucked up land, the Middle East, get less fucked up than I am in saving totally not fucked up land, Taiwan, from becoming fucked up. So in that regard, and the other thing about Taiwan is it's very easy now, currently, in the status quo, it's still very easy to save Taiwan without getting into any kind of a war. I would like to send the Navy to Taiwan to surround Taiwan. I would like to kind of flood the place with U.S. diplomats. And I'd like to exclude PRC nationals from engaging in the halls of power, so to speak, of the political processes. And then say to China explicitly, all you need to do is win the argument that this is just, and the United States will withdraw. Talk about changing the dynamic of the world, right? That one sentence would change everything about the world. Wouldn't it? Wouldn't that change everything? So imagine it, right? I'm president. I send the Navy, some ships or something, to go around Taiwan. I unload U.S. military onto Taiwan in agreement with Taiwan's still semi-independent government. Forcibly prevent the Chinese nationals from joining the meetings where decisions are being made. Do not remove them from the country. Do not shoot them. Do not hurt them. Do not lock them up. Just don't let them in. U.S. military just doesn't let in the individuals the Chinese nationals have sent to gradually overtake the democratic processes in Taiwan. Okay. And then explain to China, we don't want to fight you at all. We're just protecting our friend Taiwan because what you're doing is not okay. And if you really want to do that, then you need to win the argument that it is the most just course of action. You've not won that argument, and therefore we can now permit you to do it. Now be a grown-up, China, and win the argument or agree that you're going to stop doing fucked up shit. Which debate coaches do you respect? I mean, I can think of multiple, but I can't really name them. Except for like Scott Wheeler. I respect Scott Wheeler. It's like I want to say like that guy who always judges over there. He always judges well. I really respect coaches from their judging more than their coaching. Although I will say I respect the Marlboro Girls School of Girls coach. I like his LD cases. I like his approach to LD. I respect it a lot more than I do the Harvard Westlake approach, for example. The Harvard Westlake approach is much more of a policy debate approach, which means they don't really care very much how much genuine power there is in an argument. They care more about the mechanics of it, like getting more arguments out on the flow and impacting those that are dropped, whether they're flimsy or not, like that kind of shit. Playing kind of I can exploit small mistakes better than you. I can keep track of everything better than you and exploit small mistakes better than you. That's basically the strategy there, you know. I don't like that strategy. I have the best arguments, so I should win. Yeah, well, I mean, and the thing is, we have played along with China's bullshit rhetorical requests that we call it Chinese Taipei instead of Taiwan for way too long. We should never have agreed with that in the first place. I don't know what the fuck people were thinking. And it's time for somebody to check China, not with military force, not with saber rattling, but with a good, honest scolding, plus setting expectations, putting the ball in their court. This is what you need to do to justify what you want to do. Until you successfully justify it, you're going to have to start a war. We're not going to start a war. We're just chilling here with our friends Taiwan and don't feel like inviting the bullies over today. If you got a problem with that, we can't stop you from choosing to be barbaric and violent. But I'm offering you another path. If you would like Taiwan, simply win the argument that justice favors your acquisition thereof. And we'll pull out. So imagine if the president did and said that. What would happen? Can you imagine? Have you ever heard of a president taking an approach like that before? Everybody's still caring more about how much they hate Biden or love Trump than they are about the actual solutions I am speaking before them. This is the thing. If you want to wallow in problem admiration, go ahead. You should be getting excited to hear somebody who's got genuinely good ideas, right? So even Nicholas, who spent some time crafting what he hoped would be the most hurtful thing he could say to me about my music, even he has to acknowledge that what I just said about China is indeed a very creative and original notion and would turn upside down a lot of the wrong ways of going that are currently the status quo. Even Nicholas Watson, I think, is going to have to agree about the creativity and originality of that. Even Nicholas Watson is going to have to agree with the creativity, originality, and power of my argument regarding the death penalty. So, maybe what's happened, Nicholas Watson, is I've let all of my suck drip down into my music. And so the only place where you can support me as being creative, original, and powerful in my thinking and fully competent and desirable as a leader is in politics. Maybe that's the case. I'll accept that. Well, the problem with the UN is I don't understand why really the United States is part of the United Nations. I don't feel like it benefits the country at all. I think that there is a role for an international body to write international law regarding how nation states ought to behave, simply because it allows us to have a frame of reference to critique those nation states when they behave against those norms. I don't think the UN has constrained itself adequately to that role. And I don't think that, I think it's very difficult to make the argument that on balance, it's in the favor of the United States to continue to be a part of the United Nations. I think it would be wiser for the United States to start a second such organization, organized via a set of principles that meaningfully can constrain that organization. The problem with organizations like that is always mission creep. What was the original role of the United Nations? I guess probably to codify international norms so that bad guys could be defined as bad guys and good guys could be defined as good guys. I think that for a lot of these sort of things, an organization can be most effective when a single individual is responsible for its architecture. Maybe two people. And then if then that successful architecture can possibly manage the interfaces of a large group. If the architecture itself is made by committee, I think you end up with, I mean, a lot of sound and fury signifying nothing, largely. Are you saying to me, would I pull the United States from the United Nations? I actually don't know if that's within the power of the president or not. Like, I'm imagining that the legislature would have to pass a law that says we're no longer part of the UN, but I'd actually have to research that. I don't know the answer to that question. If it were something that were legitimately a power of the president to unilaterally pull the U.S. out of the United Nations, would I do so? Yes, possibly, but it would be in conjunction with getting meow, 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 meow to come over here and start our League of Good Guys, right? So, I mean, you got your NATO already, but who's the good guys and who's our real friends? It changes some over time. I'd like the U.S. to be in a coalition of a bunch of intellectuals, basically, in some sense. I'd like to see the Nordic countries, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Germany. So, forget anybody in the EU because it's got to be a coalition to contravene the EU to some extent. So you get your Nordics, you get your Scandinavians if they're not already in the EU, Canada, United States, Australia, Japan, South Korea, maybe Singapore or something like that. And you go, all right, let's make our own United Nations over here. We'll make a new set of international laws that use correct definitions. So, for example, one problem that the UN has is they use words fast and loose like nobody's business except Mother Goose. They use words so poor and bad that everyone sings around them sad songs about failure and no good times. This United Nations, they lay down mines and folks step on them and blow all up. And what do you say? That's UN bucks. It's called Dolomite does musing about the United Nations. What's that called? Like, what did Dolomite do? It's called like giving the business or something. I don't know. Giving the what. Cain and Abel sitting in a tree. Killing. Guess which one's killing which? Can you guess? Cain killed Abel. Then Abel's ghost came back and said, "Ooh, Cain. Cain." You know, I hear you're not the first person I've heard this from, Nicholas Watson, and I tend to hear it when people are really mad at me, and it sort of gives me a sense that it's something they probably thought for a while, but were polite enough not to share with me prior to that moment. Email Anthrax delivered an equivalently kind of harsh and demoralizing critique. I mean, I want to stress, I don't think I've ever been said or indicated anything like arrogance about my music. The kind of like fighting I do about being right about this, right about that, you will never hear that about music. So it's like, I get what you're saying, but I wonder why you thought I needed to be taken down a notch. Did you think I was confident about it? Or proud of it? Or I thought it was successful? The point is, the solace I take is this. I've written a lot of songs, and at the end of the day, most good music boils down to what comprises a good song. Now, people obviously have different tastes in good songs, but the nice thing about a song is it ceases to be about stylistic concerns, right? I mean, sure, the song's got a style, it's got a feel, it's got a bounce to it or whatever, or not a bounce or something. But when you have somebody play a song by itself with just an instrument and a voice, it compares differently than when you compare studio production of a song with studio production of another song. I mean, I listen to really well produced songs all the time, and try to pay attention to what they're doing and try to emulate it as much as I can if I think things are relevant and applicable. I listen to all kinds of stuff. It all influences my production. So what's funny is this niche comment, which almost seemed like a critique that I was stuck in a genre I grew up listening to or something. I wonder what genre you think that is. You know? I can't even imagine. I listened to so much different stuff as a kid. No, don't apologize for shitting on it. I appreciate, first of all, music's not one of my coping mechanisms. Oh, for when I was an alcoholic? I guess it might have been a coping mechanism back then. I think I basically didn't play the guitar much when I was an alcoholic. But, yeah, I wouldn't call it a coping mechanism. And I don't mind that you shat on it. I just wonder the answer to whatever question I asked. I like it being shit on sometimes, you know? I like hearing harsh, negative truths. It's good because I have to fight so many fights, right? And I got to tell a lot of people some harsh, negative truths. It's good for me to hear them. You know, it helps prevent what's never been a problem, really, which is being too big for my britches about my music. If it was good, it would be popular, you know? It's just that simple. You know, I've learned, though, of course, that delivery, importance, approach to putting it out there is all very important. It's all very important. And, well, I mean, Legends Fall, I think that the most successful part of my musical self is the part that's most important to me, which is good, which is to say, I think I'm an unusually good songwriter. I think I'm much better than anybody else you know. And I think most of my songs hold up with many good songs that I play as covers when you're just playing them as songs, chords and singing, you know. But it takes more than just songwriting to matter, you know. It takes more than just Nicholas Watson. What doesn't matter is that I put my heart into it. That's the point. It doesn't matter that I put my heart into it. That's not a reason for you to like it or think it's good. That's not a reason for you to lie to me and tell me it is good, you know? So it's not like I'm hurt. You just made me reflective about it. When I reflect about something, I talk about it. This has always been my experience with music. You know, it's like from way back in my 20s, you know, when I first started playing, I had a lot of friends who played music, and a lot of them, I got a lot of, basically, you're not good enough to play with us, you know? And it was a bit of a struggle to find opportunities to play with people. And then when I found my own band, it was like, well, your band's not good enough to be the headliner. Of course, it was a shitty band. It wasn't shitty, but it was just you know. I mean, it's kind of shit. It was between shitty and Then, you know, I started making music with my friend Corey, and he was always so much better at it. And I worked so hard to improve, to excise the excess NE although it's an ongoing struggle, you know. And in the process, I managed to write some pretty good songs, some pretty damn good songs. But it's still a battle with an invisible opponent, you know? It's always that. It's always a battle. You know, it's like, I think some of my more well-received videos, music-wise, were ones where I was playing songs with Spacey, just guitar, vocals, live, do takes until I get a good one, you know? I think maybe I should try that with Rachel. Her suggestions from Horse Mumbler that my songs tend to sound better just guitar voice. That may be a product of my bad production. It may be a product of the nature of my songs. It's hard to say. He may be wrong. That's hard to say too. I'm not saying he is, but boy, I tell you something. Life's a funny thing these days. What with all the what's and whatnots and who hows and why nows and where wins. It's like a nonstop question party that just won't stop forever. Forever and a million years. Some production's better than others. Yeah, well. Fire Force would have benefited the harm more than it did harm it. I mean, you know, each production is its own thing. It's like there's no formula, and some of them come out pretty good, easy, without too much fighting with it. Some of them come out good after a lot of fighting with it. Some of them don't come out good after a lot of fighting with it. It's a challenging ball of potatoes. Every life lived, every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. There are times, dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches an end when the road disappears. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? That's when I look for a sack full of solvency and a satchel filled up with home. And that satchel, nothing but home. The end. Well, some folk call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking can, and I won't do an ounce good to call me names. My dad wasn't Willie Woodrow. I was born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm looking for a wealthy woman, and a line of work that don't take no diploma. Ain't got much to lose, but lost the game. I ain't no black and no yellow. I'm just some kind of good time fella, or a white boy looking for a place, my thing. I'm on with my hand out living, don't want any part of anything they're giving. I'm proud of mine, and I got a song to sing. Well, I'm in a thing, and I'll admit it, I got a little living in a humpback, and just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I've been around a little, and I like guitar and I like the fiddle, 'cause that's the kind of soul that the band I play. Ooh, I'm feared and ready. I got to work just to be somebody. I'm a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Yeah, I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they're giving. I'm proud and white, and I got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things, and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hum and get it. I'm a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. From the top, so I can do it a better job. Are you ready? Here we go right now. Ready, let's go. Some folk call me a rambling man, 'cause I done a lot of thumbing and a kicking can, and I won't do an ounce of good to call me name. My daddy wasn't Willie Woodrow. I was born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in the line of work that don't take no diploma. I ain't got lots to do, but lots to gain. I'm a good time fella. I ain't like me, I ain't no yellow. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Try that verse again. Some folk call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they're giving. I'm proud of mine, I got a song to sing. Well, I've done a few things and I'll admit it, but if you gotta hit the head, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Small town boy, been around a little, and I like the guitar and I like the fiddle, 'cause that's the kind of soul take to fan my flame. Blue-eyed Billy, feared and ready. I gotta work just to be somebody. I'm a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they're giving, 'cause I'm proud and white and I've got a song to sing. Yeah, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you got a whole thing. Get it, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I ain't gonna hang around that man, 'cause I don't know if I'm not thinking cans. I won't do now the good, he's calling me name. The dad's name was a Willie Wood, though I was born and raised no kid. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no hand, I live no want this part, anything they giving up. Well, yeah, I said a few things, and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. That was a cover by Merle Haggard. Was looking really haggard by the end of his career. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on. Sending sparks a soar, soar, soar in the kitchen sky. Where she stores the chai above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of West. Mind figurines of western lonely nights. And I beneath a million running suns. I can't remember how to play that song. It's too hard for me. Too hard. We need to see. We need to know. We need to pen happenings down by means to judge a logic to life we divisively unlike, from which we'll rarely budge. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how they missed a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities into an arctic misery, fall unnecessarily from their savage ways. Insulting Carson and Desiree, we're stuck in such petty larceny. All partition the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Judy shares now her limits, hoping Julie will too. Cherish it for 4 minutes. Just can't share things like they do. Judy always thought she should have bought two when they had the chance to buy. Julie soon forgot about suit and not, although she ever recall she'll die. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how they missed a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting Carson and Desiree, we're stuck in such petty larceny. We all partition the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Kaboom. That was a nice song. You come outside, your arms are folded. I'm getting scolded for playing again. I wanna be as much as I can in terms of a man you want me to be. I got to do what I got to do. I'll include you in everything that I can. 'Cause I'm your man and you're my girl. I mean my woman in the world. You are the one I will be with till my dying day. You want my belief, I want your attention. I've got invention going again. And I wanna be as much as I can in terms of the man you want me to be. But Kimberly, please don't be mad at me, though I made this song. 'Cause I'm your man and you're my girl. I mean my woman in the world. You are the one I will be with till my dying day. I'm your man and you're my girl. I mean my woman in the world. You are the one I will be with till my dying day. Yes, the soothing sounds of simple songs sung for you with open arms, made from me inadequately to earn the ears of others. Well, you know, I'm not done with my 30,000 days yet. It's not too late. Date bio. I am going to be Hokage. Date bio. "30,000 days. Too many expectations. Not even worth a damn. 30,000 nights to sleep off the intoxication. Otherwise, you won't escape the plan. I wasted half my days trying another's way. Who can tell me my priorities? Is there anybody knows the key? 'Cause I'm tired of doing it wrong. Want direction and have all along. Wait until I know. Or is that just hesitation? Clarity's no good once your chance is gone. What I need to show is it so below my station. I'm tired of doing it wrong. I wasted half my days trying another's ways. Who can tell me my priorities? Is there anybody knows the key? 'Cause I think I'm doing it wrong. Yeah, I know I'm doing it wrong. Apparently I can't help but do it so wrong. Rather not do it wrong. Yeah, pain and sorrow of wrongness. Deep, deep, deep does it dwell in my heart. Long shall it stay there, proclaiming ownership of the family manor. I live here now, it says. I have replaced you. I, the spirit of failure. Too much noise in the deadest dream. Loud enough to disrupt everybody's dreams. Frustrations mean mistakes are made until it seems everybody's just throwing shade. I won't be just another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. It's not the sort of thing that one can borrow. Never willing still to lend a day. Your uncertainty's implicit, just like an unexpected visit from a bunch of men all dressed in blue suits. I won't be just another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. I used to think that. Now I see how the folly of my ways. No longer do I think that. Sammy has a story that need be told. This is a song for an open road, and such a thing must always do its job. He married up Jeff, turned 19, 4 years in and 3 kids weary now and questioning path. Agency out, basis discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency effort is really just depression, making sure those underneath them always wrong. Doug at 20 thought bourbon fun, likewise Doug at 21, and so forth into middle age. Once it seemed to set him free, became his whole identity. Doug's about another drunken rage. Agency out, this is discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is really just oppression. Offer you incentives, but they haven't got a thing that's fun. Everybody's panicked about the kids. Lock 'em up with extra dexedrine. Mathematics to produce success, or impose more unjust duress. Agency out, basis discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression, making sure those underneath them always run. Without consent, it's really just depression by parasites surviving on the wages earned by lying. Well, they feed their fear of dying. Yes, they feed upon the futures of the young. How is it 1:23 already? How did it get so late? Somebody sneaked me some lateness pills when I wasn't looking. Oh, he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you refraining for him, training for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Yeah, you guys both have loads invested. That's not a reason to stay around. Through the years, you've both been tested. Time to move up, find higher ground. Oh, he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate blaming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you refraining for him, training for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Be done with him. Something like that. Last song. Sometimes days are good, afternoons disappoint the time, while evening comes along and restores some rhyme or reason to activities and dreams, and that's wondering about people you've never heard of before. A. Many failures. You're mine if I want it. I'm yours if I want that too. I want to be wanted. Don't know if that's something you can do. I said, you told me whatever you said. I knew those words might reverberate in my head. But you're mine if I want it. I'm yours if I want that too. I wanna be wanted. Now something I'm sure that you can do. You're mine if I want it. I'm yours if I want that too. I want to be wanted. Not sure if it's something you can do. I'm done. I'm done like a bun in the sun. Don't forget, sons of guns, to shun those who run with fun, I guess. Goodbye, good night. And I love you all using my loving muscle, the heart. It's only been 6 hours. Jesus, what kind of a wimp am I?